Thank you, Fraser. I now ask Stephen Liddle to stand by and call Charlie Hastad to speak on the motion. Okay. I now call Stephen Liddle to speak and ask Janice Turner to stand by instead.
It's unusual for me to have the neurotransmitters to be able to talk at all at this point in the morning, so I hope you will all bear with me. And I am here to speak specifically on the lines regarding the consolidation of regulatory function as regards fires and fire safety. Conference. You might remember those reports and emails not long after the Grenfell fire, where the installer of the cladding, the manufacturer of the cladding, was saying, these are not fire safe, these aren't the ones we want to sell you, we want to sell you the fire safe ones. And there were council emails coming back saying, no, we want to save the few quid a tile. You may have been shocked. I was not surprised. Those emails were pretty familiar to me. In 2012, I was working for an alarm installation company. They were mostly doing work on the Olympics, but a little job came in. We're a converter of an HMO, a house of multiple occupancy. This said, we've had a quote locally to me, but the HMO is in the house, the property is in your area. We'd like you to do the same thing as this company quoted for. It's what the council have said they need in order to license this property to be a house of multiple occupancy, and they need you to sign off that it meets a certain standard. Can't remember the number offhand. I tried looking it up, but these are all behind a paywall now. The regulations said that, no, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. What was asked for was 3 break glasses. Those are the units that you run past. You put them at the door, start of a stairwell, so that when you stop, you run through, you hit the brake glass as you go, because that's when you slow down. That's what the regulations said, scientific, proven. We ended up having a telephone conversation and multiple emails with the council officer who refused to open that 60-page PDF, claimed he hadn't read it, claimed no council officer had read it except one who had provided a summary, and he had read the summary, and he was angry that I suggested that he should open it up and read where it says, put them at the entrance to the stairwells, because he believed you just needed them every 50 meters, or a certain number of meters, which didn't apply to this property. I went to the alarm company, got a lot of technical information. Sorry, I have to wrap up, it's a long story, but this council officer insisted that this would be sufficient because we take a risk-based approach, was his bottom line. We don't need the actual regulations. And that's a huge danger. We must consolidate this. Part of the problem was that the other part of the regulations were done by the fire brigade, meant people could pick and choose. We must consolidate them. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. I now ask Sarah Gibson to stand by and would like to call Janice Turner to speak. Janice Turner is the Vice Chair of the Liberal Democrat Campaign for Racial Equality.
I want to speak in support of point 5, calling for an investigation into the role of institutional racism as a factor in the fire. According to submissions to the inquiry, 85% of the tower's residents who died in the fire were of Black, Asian or minority ethnic origin. Nabil Choucair, who lost his mother, his sister, her husband, and their 3 daughters in the disaster, told The Guardian, "Most of the people that were affected or died were of BAME origin. They were never listened to, all their problems dealt with. We were fighting to get the inquiry to look at racism, and they didn't. You have to look at how the families were being treated differently." The bereaved relatives, survivors, and their lawyers called on the inquiry in 2020 to look at the role of institutional racism, and they wanted it to be included in the terms of reference. Leslie Thomas QC, representing bereaved families, said the 2017 fire was inextricably linked with race, and he urged the inquiry to be on the right side of history when considering how race contributed towards the deaths of the 72 victims. But the role of institutional racism was not included in the inquiry. The inquiry did see some evidence of racial discrimination in the way families were treated after the fire. In particular, the report stated that the council showed no regard for the cultural or religious needs of the Muslim residents who were observing Ramadan. The report also found evidence that the landlord, the Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation, failed over the course of years to treat residents of the Tower and the Lancaster West estate more generally with the courtesy and respect due to them. I agree with Justice for Grenfell that the failure to include race in the inquiry's terms of reference meant society cannot learn properly from the findings. The inquiry was told, in the English Housing Survey 2017-2018, it was found that 40% of those living in high-rise buildings in the social rented sector are black, Asian or other. This compared to the percent of the population is high. In Alison Munro QC's closing submission to the inquiry, she said that the issue of racial discrimination remained the elephant in the room, and that issues of race were inextricably linked with Grenfell. Racism and discrimination, we say, played a very real part in the response to this tragedy. The playing field was not level. It never has been. She said the panel needed to look no further for evidence of this than a Grenfell Community Impact Assessment that was produced by Kensington and Chelsea Police on the 18th of June 2017, 4 days after the fire. Ms. Munro read from the document which said, "Imminent national, international or local events taken alone or in combination are expected to lead to outbreaks of crime and or disorder within hours. There is an expectation that the death toll from the fire could rise substantially, and with the cause unknown, any subsequent disclosure would have the impact of community tensions, especially when the majority of those affected are believed to be coming from a Muslim cultural background combined with the incident occurring during the holy month of Ramadan." Ms. Munro said, "Members of the panel, this is Islamophobia. It's racism. It is the elephant staring back at us in the room. Fellow Liberals, we must answer the call of the bereaved of Grenfell. We must echo their voices. We must call for an inquiry into the role of institutional
Please draw your
racism
remarks
as
to
a
a close.
factor in the fire. As their barrister said, we must be on the right side of history. Support this motion."
I now ask Rhianne Emily Salisbury to stand by and call Sarah Gibson MP to speak on the motion.
Good morning. I would just like to add one thing to this very successful and very well put together motion. And I think that this dreadful, avoidable tragedy highlighted some very serious failings in our building industry across the board. And one of those failings that the report identified that is particularly frightening for anyone trying to design a building or specify the products involved in this country was that those responsible who we had put our trust into, so those institutions who are responsible for providing the certification for products. You cannot go home and start testing cladding materials in your garage, however diligent an architect you might be. So you rely on the fact that the UK's accreditation service is providing you with certifications that are true and are up to date, which were not, they were not the case in this instance. And I think they are presumably not the case in very many instances. Many of my architectural colleagues have asked in the last few weeks, who do we trust now? How do we specify anything? So I think if it were possible in any future motion or any future work that we do on this, we really need to add for a comprehensive review of the UK Accreditation Service to ensure that test certificates are accurate, up to date, and try and restore some of the confidence that the residents of buildings and also those trying to work in this industry have in our systems. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Nick DaCosta to stand by and call Rhiannon Emily Salisbury to speak on the motion.
I live in the shadow of Grenfell. If I look out of my window, it stands on the horizon, reminding everyone for miles of the cruelty and ignorance that led it to burn. My neighbour Fatima is a survivor of that night. She has been waiting for justice for 7 years, not just for herself, but for her friends she lost in the fire, the memories that she will never be able to forget. She has been waiting for this justice in a one-bedroom flat that she shares with 4 other people. She has to walk underneath Grenfell every single day as she takes her children to school. Conference, it might be hard for you to realize this, but underneath that tower, life continues. There is a thriving school, a state-of-the-art sports center, a busy food bank. People live. We have been forced to live with Grenfell on our doorsteps, while those in power choose to eradicate it from their memories. We hold vigils by candlelight, lobby MPs new and old. We create art and keep memories alive as best we can. The inquiry has been a painful time for our community, so we have donated Oyster cards to those who want to make their voices heard, but lack the means to do so. We hold memorials during Carnival. Many of the children at Family Day this year are too young to remember that night. Fatima's youngest child was born 6 months after the fire. All he has known is uncertainty. He is starting year 3 this year at the school in the shadow of Grenfell. The Conservatives would rather forget, but we will never, ever forget those 72 people. Their names attached to ribbons that adorn the pathway from Latimer Road Station to the memorial tree. When I moved to the area, those ribbons were bright. Their names were clear. Now they are tattered. Their names are faded. Another reminder of how long we have been fighting for justice. We need you, conference, to stand by us as we use the findings of this inquiry to fight for what remains.
Thank you. I now ask Adrian Hirolin-Trett to stand by and call Councillor Nick DaCosta to speak on the motion.
Thank you very much, Conference, and thank you, Rhiannon, for that powerful speech. 7 years after the horrific Grenfell fire, justice remains elusive for the victims and their family. The recent report exposes catastrophic failings, not only in construction and regulation, but in our institutions' ability to protect the vulnerable. But how many more inquiries do we need before we act? Every time something happens in the UK, an inquiry is set up. Just having an inquiry does not deal with anything. Tragedy after tragedy in the UK, Hillsborough, Bloody Sunday, Stephen Lawrence, Windrush, always ends with the same promise: lessons will be learned. Yet we never see action. As a local councillor, I have seen firsthand how Labour-run Haringey Council has neglected its housing stock. Residents living in squalor, black mould on the walls, sewage leaking into basements. The neglect is not just an issue of poor maintenance, it creates dangerous living conditions that can have deadly consequences, as we saw at Grenfell. Too many councils and housing associations across the country have ignored their responsibilities, and it's time they're held accountable. The Grenfell fire disproportionately impacted ethnic minority communities whose safety concern was ignored for years. It's not just a failure of building standards, it's institutional racism in action. The Grenfell's community demand for an inquiry into the role of racism in this tragedy must be met. We cannot keep brushing these systemic injustices under the carpet. For decades, both Labour and Conservative governments, along with councils and councillors sitting in safe seats, not talking to their communities, have ignored their residents. Instead, people crammed into unsafe tower blocks. This Grenfell tragedy is a result of the long-standing neglect. The inquiry must be fully implemented, including the legal requirement to track public inquiries and act on their findings. No more empty promises. We need accountability. We also call for the creation of a construction regulator and unification of fire safety responsibilities under one Secretary of State. The fragmented, disjointed system that we see so often in the UK is a threat to people's lives. And we hope that the Metropolitan Police and CPS conclude their investigations and finally deliver justice without delay. Conference, the time for learning lessons is over. We know what went wrong. We know what needs to be done to fix it, and I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Hina Bakari to stand by and call Hadrian Hirulan-Tret to speak on the motion.
Good morning, Conference. Apologies for the slightly croaky throat from the Glee Club. I did manage to get here on time for once. I want to speak about this motion from a more personal perspective. For many of you probably don't know, I used to be a housing officer and a disrepair officer working for Southwark Council. And when I was there, the awful fire that happened at the Lacanel Towers in 2009. Now, at that point, people knew that there was an issue. And again, we come back to the governance and the workings of following inquiries that, again, weren't implemented by our local authorities, our local communities, and weren't helped by. And we have now resulted in having this tragic fire at Grenfell, something for which all of London particularly, knowing that there are many buildings, around 2,000 other buildings across London, that have similar cladding material on the buildings, and they are not being taken forward and removed. We as a party look after local communities. It's something our councillors implicitly to put forward to make sure we have that kind of local community support and help. And if we have buildings that are unsafe, we aren't doing a job as our party by actually pushing the authorities to do something about it. We need to be more vociferous in this particular area. As a party, we support this motion, but we need to do more to support the communities that have lost out in a tragic, tragic situation. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you. I now ask Hina Bakari AM to speak on the motion.
Thank you very much, Conference, for being here today to listen to this incredibly difficult and an emotional motion that I'm very proud to be involved with in summating. I think all of us today are echoing the need for justice for the victims of Grenfell, their loved ones and the community. And as a London Assembly member, I know how it has impacted our city. Out of all the buildings that have got unsafe cladding, 60% of all of those buildings are in London. Thank you very much for everyone who spoke today, and thank you in particular to Fraser Graham for moving the motion and mentioning the fact that this is the fact is that there's been a lack of action from successive governments, and the need for our MPs to push for every building with dangerous cladding, that all of those buildings are made safe as soon as possible. 7 years on, we still have leaseholders who are living in fear, not sleeping at night, and not being able to move on, who are trapped. Thank you very much to Stephen Liddell, who talked about the frustrations of dealing with council officers and the barriers to safety that he encountered. Thank you so much to Janice Turner from LDCRE about the need for the role of racial discrimination being investigated, and they were not included as terms of reference in the Grenfell report, and how that lack of investigation has really impacted the people of Grenfell. And we have made that very clear within the motion, that there needs to be an investigation in institutional racism as a factor of the fire. And there is plenty of evidence for it. Thank you, Sarah Gibson, the MP for Chippenham, who talked about the need for architects and having a comprehensive analysis for them for UK Accreditation Service. And Rhiannon, how could we not listen to Rhiannon and not feel that pain of the people of Grenfell and the children who are living with that trauma? Thank you so much to Councillor Nick Da Costa, who talked about the fact that local councils had a role and didn't play that role at that time. And my friend Adrian, a housing officer at the time, who says quite rightly that our party needs to do more on this, and this is what we will do through this motion. Grenfell happened during Ramadan, as was mentioned earlier, and as a Muslim I can tell you that it really did affect our community. I was awake at 4 o'clock in the morning because in Ramadan we wake up early to pray, just as those residents did in Grenfell that night. And therefore I received many messages from my friends within that community saying there's a fire, people are dying, people are jumping out of the building, people are screaming. Those messages were heard throughout the community, and those messages stay with us. Many Muslims waking up, but also many people within that community of Grenfell waking up to those horrors. And that's why we are talking about it today, because 7 years on, they have still been ignored. And it's impossible not to think of Grenfell and not to think about the issues of race and class, because the majority of the Grenfell residents were people of colour. 80% of them were Muslims from a community that were predominantly working class. As this inquiry lays out, each death at Grenfell was avoidable. And this is why we need justice for Grenfell. To the people of Grenfell, to all the leaseholders living in buildings with unsafe cladding, to all the ethnic minority groups who have felt ignored. The Liberal Democrats are here, we are listening, and we will, and we must get justice for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. We'll now move to a vote on this motion. So if I could see all those who wish to vote in favour, please remember that you must be sat down for your vote to be seen and count. Thank you. And if I could see all those who wish to vote against the motion. We'll just give a moment for the online votes to come in. Thank you, Conference. That motion is very clearly carried. I'd like to thank everyone who's spoken in this debate today, and I'd like to thank my aide, Sam Barrett, and my hall aide, Duncan Brack, and I now hand you to Professor Belinda Brooks-Gordon to chair F38, the Clean Water Authority.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to F39 on the Clean Water Authority, which you will find on page 51 of your standard printed agenda, or under the conference documents if you're using the app. There is one amendment on this motion, which you can find on page 5 of Conference Daily. And please may I remind all our speakers to keep to time. And I will now ask Councillor Alan Good to stand by and call Tim Farron to propose the motion.
Morning, Conference. Having been a member of the smallest ever Liberal Democrat group in Parliament, it is now an utter joy to belong to the largest. To have 57 new colleagues is mind-blowing, but today I have even more exciting news because I can announce that we have a 58th new MP. The less thrilling news is that it's me. You see, for 20,000 voters in North Westmoreland, I am their new Member of Parliament. Our boundary change means that we have doubled in size geographically, so I now proudly represent an additional 30 parishes, all of which had previously elected only Tory MPs since 1910 until now. So in addition to being the MP for Windermere, Coniston Water, Esthwaite Water, Rydal Water, Grasmere and Elter Water, it's now my privilege to also represent Ullswater, Haweswater, Brothers Water. So Britain's wettest constituency just got wetter. For us, water is everywhere, so for us, water is deeply personal. And the sewage crisis created by the last government is an affront to every one of the beautiful communities that I seek to serve in Parliament. Liberal Democrats are the effective, constructive opposition to the new Labour government on water quality and indeed on everything else, so we will stand up for our natural environment, for clean waterways and against the injustice and failure we see in our water industry. And it is also our responsibility to be responsible, not to just throw bricks at the government or to oppose for opposition's sake, but to genuinely seek to encourage the government to admire our clothes and to steal them. In the last few days, then, we have seen the Labour government's proposals for water industry reform. In short, they have borrowed a couple of items of clothing, otherwise intact. Labour water company executives' bonuses, and they want to criminalise those who are guilty of illegal sewage dumping. It might sound familiar because that is something we proposed in the last Parliament, and at the time Labour refused to support it. But while those things are still positive steps, it's not what's in Labour's proposals that is the problem, it is what is not in them. The appalling state of our waterway, governments and water industry leaders over the last 35 years, which means that we will not fix that failure by Labour tinkering with a couple of the symptoms. We have a failed model of ownership in the water industry and a failed regulatory regime. Labour's plans don't even address this, let alone fix it. Our plans do, and we will. That is why Britain's waterways will be safest in Liberal Democrat hands. Sewage was dumped into our waterways for 11 million hours during the last Parliament, all of it permitted by Ofwat. £54 million doled out in bonuses to top executives during the last Parliament in reward for this failure, all of it permitted by Ofwat. The water industry failed to adequately invest in its outdated infrastructure, yet it gave out over £4 billion in dividends during the last Parliament, all of it permitted by Ofwat. We see the truth that regulation and regulator alike are not fit for purpose and that the model of water company ownership and management is broken too. And as in so many other areas, it seems that while the Conservatives have broken Britain, all that Labour are prepared to do is offer us a couple of sticking plasters. But big problems require ambitious solutions, and we have them. So what would we do? Well, we would scrap Ofwat and create a new Clean Water Authority, which would also take on the water regulatory or the water quality regulatory aspects of the Environment Agency's responsibilities, putting all of the powers under one roof. It would also have real teeth. Amongst its powers would be the ability to strip water companies of their licences and then transition the industry towards a community benefit model, a new not-for-profit approach, so that instead of leaking billions of pounds in debt-funded dividends, the guiding principles of the industry would be environmental and performance-related. We'd set an ambitious long-term plan to expand and renew infrastructure with enforceable targets for environmental performance. Revenue would instead be invested straight back for the benefit of the consumers. The debt-laden nature of the industry makes it deeply unattractive for new investors. As the Chief Executive of Water UK said, no rational investor is going to put their money into water right now, which only compounds the water company's failure to tackle their infrastructure backlog, and so our proposed new model will prove a far better prospect attracting funds that are currently simply drying up. Our comprehensive plan gives us the opportunity to radically transform the sector, to do it affordably, to do it fairly, to do it quickly. One other body of water that comes into my constituency post-boundary change is the reservoir at Wetsleddle. Now, most famous it is, Wetsleddle, as the location of Crow Crag, Uncle Monty's cottage in my favourite film, Withnail and I. The most heavily memed clip in the film is where the two main characters, beleaguered, hungry and utterly drenched, turn up on the neighbouring farmer's doorstep pleading for help, saying, "We've gone on holiday by mistake." Labour's first stab at water reform makes it seem as though they have formed a government by mistake, with no plan and no answer to the anger amongst the British people who are desperate to see change. We are not here by mistake. We, very deliberately, claim our position as Britain's effective opposition, and we present a plan for Britain's waterways that is radical, ambitious, informed by experts, deliverable and necessary. Our 72 seats is a triumph, but most importantly, they are a ticket to the big league, an opportunity to show Britain that a better way is possible. This policy is a big league policy, a serious and ambitious plan to show that politics can actually fix the problems that blight our lives. We will welcome Ed to this stage later today, and we will rightly, I predict, cheer him to the rafters. But let us not be satisfied with our leap forward. We don't just want a bigger Liberal Democrats, we want a better Britain. And so we must have a plan for that better Britain that turns heads, wins hearts, and sees us not just entering the big league, but seeking to win it. So please vote for this motion and the amendment and back that plan today so that we can continue to lead the fight for a water clean-up worthy of the name. Thank you.
I'll ask Councillor Mel Alcott from Worcester, please, to stand by, and now call to the stage Councillor Alan Good from Manchester.
Good morning, Conference. My first time at Conference and my first time speaking at Conference. Oh, thank you. I'd like to thank Tim for proposing this really important motion on holding water companies to account. It is a scandal that filthy sewage has been pumped into our canals and rivers for years. It speaks to one of many failures of the last Tory government and broken Britain. I propose today an amendment to the motion to go further on tackling sewage by identifying point sources, that is, where sewage comes from, and include provision for measures to tackle non-sewage pollution, in particular surface water littering and industrial chemical runoff. In the last month, the BBC reported a 4,000-litre toxic chemical spill in Walsall. The Environment Agency identified it as a waste disposal incident from a surface coating company, a 1-kilometre stretch of canal filled with cyanide. I don't need to persuade you of their dangers, but when ingested, cyanide can cause nausea, vomiting, and loss of consciousness. But Alan, I hear you say, that was an industrial chemical spill from a non-water company, and the substantive text of the motion specifically outlines the regulation of water companies and not non-water company entities. And I say, aha, it should not matter the origin of the pollutant. Cyanide in our waterways is still cyanide in our waterways, no matter where it came from, and we can't clean up our rivers and canals if we address these different issues piecemeal. Not only this, but in 2021, Southern Water was taken to court for the incorrect handling of the disinfectant sodium hypochlorite, which led to the contamination of drinking water above recommended guidelines. They were prosecuted for this. So it isn't just sewage that is mishandled by water companies, it is other forms of pollution too. The amendment also commits to tackling sewage by the identification of point sources of effluents. What does this mean? It means we want to know where in the system the sewage is coming from, which pipes, which sewage plants, which pieces of infrastructure are faulty and need replacing. This then ties into the commitment that Tim has rightly outlined in the motion that the public should not therefore then bear the brunt of the cost of replacing this infrastructure. Toxic spills, sewage and litter is the same regardless of who produces it. The fish in the canal in Walsall would still have died if it was a water company or a non-water company that spilled it. And it's the outcomes of clearing up our waterways once and for all that is most important. We know water companies have mishandled chemical spills as well as sewage spills. It's time we crack down on billionaire water company profits, don't you think? But we know we can't handle this piecemeal. We've established that we don't want to swim in shit. I don't know about you, Conference, but I don't want to swim in cyanide either. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Alan. I'd ask John Grout, please, to stand by and call Councillor Mel Alcott to speak, please. and Mel is the Mayor of Worcester.
Thank you. Good morning, conference. I am the Worcester City and the Worcestershire County Councillor for Claims, plus I am a group leader and I am also the Mayor of Worcester. And this is my first time speaking at conference. I stood as the parliamentary candidate for Worcester, and bearing in mind my last visit to a theme park was a reminder that the mini big wheel in the junior section was about my limit. So I will be in touch with the, as I understand it, the Liberal Democrat stunt support team before the next general election. Thank you. But on a more serious note, I'm here this morning to give my absolute full support to this motion for a Clean Water Authority. My city, Worcester, is home to the River Severn, and I know from speaking to many residents on many doorsteps they have had enough. They've had enough of years of Conservative inaction, of doing nothing to put an end to this sewage scandal. Water bosses have been allowed to take huge bonuses while sewage is being dumped into our rivers and seas. The Conservatives, whilst in government, did nothing to change this. In fact, as we know, they repeatedly voted down the opportunity to give Ofwat, a toothless regulator, any real power to make any real change. Labour are now in government and have pledged to give Ofwat more power. We need more than a pledge. We need real change. This motion is about real change, about replacing Ofwat with a new regulator, the Clean Water Authority, with real and relevant power, to mandate water companies to record and publish lifetime data on sewage spills, to revoke licences of poorly performing water companies, and to find top executives and initiate prosecutions where necessary, to set legally binding targets and to prevent sewage discharges into bathing waters and highly sensitive sites by 2030. Conference, please support this motion for real change, for an end to Ofwat, the toothless regulator, in its place a regulator with real power, a Clean Water Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Claire Young, please, to stand by and call John Grout to the stage. John is Chair of Reading Local Party and going to speak to lines 35 to 39.
Thank you, Chair. So, as Chair said, for those of you who don't know me, I am the Chair of the Reading Local Party. In Reading, we have the headquarters of a company called Thames Water. We also have the Environment Agency. And if you ever want an example of corporate hubris, you could go with the fact that some clever marketing executive decided to call the Thames Water HQ Clearwater Court. So, as a result, we have a lot of our members and supporters, but also our voters in Reading who work in the water industry, and the vast majority of them, like us, are rightly disgusted at the state of it. But one thing that I think we are at risk of doing is missing sight of the fact that not only do we rightly need to hold the water companies to account, but also for the time until we get the community support company model that Tim and the rest of the party have been advocating for, we also need to hold their owners to account. One of the things that struck me as I was listening to Tim speak is that it was a bloke called John Redwood who passed the bill and sponsored the bill to privatise the water industry, and whatever became of him. As a result, though, of that measure, Thames Water and a lot of the other water companies were asset stripped in the last few decades. Those owners are now way over the horizon, and the people who now own Thames Water and the people who now work in it for the most part are left to pick up the pieces, but with no cash. So when we consider this and when we move this policy forward in Parliament, as I hope we do, and it's good to see so many parliamentarians here, we need to bear in mind that there will be people looking covetously at the tens of billions of pounds that we need to invest into British infrastructure and make sure that whatever we do next, they don't fleece you and me again. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Could I ask Charlie Maynard, please, to stand by? And I now call Claire Young, MP, to the stage. Claire is MP for Thornbury and Yate.
Good morning, Conference. It's great to be able to address you for the first time as the new Liberal Democrat MP for Thornbury and Yate. In my part of the world, Wessex Water has overseen years of sewage dumping and bill hikes, and this has caused understandable outrage and regularly comes up on the doorstep. It was the issue that during the general election campaign saw me searching for the source of the Bristol Avon in the rain with a reporter and a photographer. Clutching my bright Lib Dem yellow umbrella, we descended into an unpromising looking ditch near Acton Turville, Not quite the high-octane stunt of some of the candidates, I know. The Avon soon disappears over the boundary, but along its length it endured 6,573 sewage discharges last year alone. This makes it the third highest in England and the most of any river in the south of the country. In Thornbury and Yate, across all the rivers, brooks and reens, there were over 1,600 sewage discharges for a total of almost 22,000 hours. This is appalling. Local people care deeply about the state of their rivers. They've come together to form a friends group to look after the upper reaches of the River Frome, and many act as citizen scientists carrying out riverflow monitoring. Yet under the previous Conservative government, we saw nothing but indifference and inaction, whilst water companies committed environmental vandalism. They shirked their responsibility and gutted the Environment Agency. The time for stern words has long since passed. These companies have shown they are not going to clean up their acts unless we force them to do so. That's why replacing Ofwat with a new Clean Water Authority is not only the right thing to do, it's the only thing that can put us on the path to ending the sewage scandal once and for all. Conference, I'm so proud of the Liberal Democrats for leading the way on this issue. Now is the time to show that we have clear and concrete plans to put it right. That's why I urge you to pass this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd ask Victoria Collins, please, to stand by and now call Charlie Maynard MP to the stage. Charlie is MP for Witney and West Oxfordshire.
Good morning, everyone. Very good to be here, and thank you for having me. I am the new MP for Witney. Witney has not voted Liberal or Liberal Democrat for the last 102 years, and I'm really delighted to be up here for the first time ever, so thank you. Thank you, Tim, for proposing this motion, and I'm speaking in support. And I'm going to be a little bit geeky because I'm interested in what happens now and what can we do, because we're all outraged, but we need to channel that outrage. So, biggest motivation I have is I want to make shareholders and creditors pay before bill payers and taxpayers pay, and how we go about that. And over the last 2.5 years, I've spent roughly every 6 weeks meeting with Thames Water, meeting with district councillor officers and colleagues, and meeting with WASP, our fantastic local advocacy group, and trying to kind of hash out these issues. Thames Water's got its holding company's got £18 billion worth of debt, and it's got just over £1 billion of cash flow. It is a zombie. And the sooner we put it into special administration, otherwise known as bankruptcy, the better. And our government is deferring and delaying that, and that is to everybody's cost and to our rivers' costs. 40% of their revenues are spent on finance, paying the debts. And when it had all of its credit ratings downgraded to junk recently, again, DEFRA and Ofwat ducked their responsibilities. They should have used that as the trigger to put it into special administration, and they didn't. And that sets a really bad precedent for other water companies and other regulated companies around Britain. And what's going to happen to them? Do they get to just walk off and have no sanction? Bad news. So what we need to head towards is a new regulatory framework. And I'm just going to kind of throw out a few quick ideas on what that could be. We need to audit the asset base. They have an incentive, Thames Water and other water companies, to inflate those assets artificially because that's how they get paid. So really having a look whether those assets are actually real and at the right basis. We need to establish pollution baselines. How much are we actually polluting across the entire catchment? Understanding that. We don't really have a measure of that right now. We need to get to that. We need to set up catchment level regulators. So somebody who actually regulates Thames Water, who definitely has got teeth, and the teeth really matter. And we need to reset Environment Agency's permits per sewage treatment works so that they are actually matching the massive house growth that's gone on, the massive population growth, and the sewage treatment work permits are exactly the same as they were 30 years ago. It makes no sense. So then we need to open up the procurement process, because that is also rigged at the moment. Ban holding companies, stop them investing in broad, and understand how much debt these companies can actually carry in a sensible, sustainable way, and then cut that debt as low as is sensible so that we as bill payers and taxpayers are not carrying that burden and the creditors actually take the hit that they deserve. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Thank you. I'll ask Heather Glass, please, to stand by, and now call Victoria Collins, MP, to speak for the motion. Victoria is MP for Harpenden and Berkhamsted.
Good morning, Conference. It is a pleasure to be here as the MP now for Harpenden and Berkhamsted. And that's why I felt particularly passionate to talk in today's motion. One Friday evening, I get a text and photos from a desperate resident, Maddie. As the numbers cranked up on the sewage discharge map, she says, surely something can be done to save our precious chalk stream. I'd been following the situation, but as soon as I saw the photos of sewage-filled water filling the roads, I called her straight away. I'm coming down. Can you meet me there? 20 minutes later, and my Friday evening starts by checking sewage, seeing trails of toilet paper and algae float by the side of the road next to one of our world's chalk streams. The River Vere, one of 4 chalk streams in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, had seen over 1,000 hours of sewage through the discharge overflow at that moment. To date, that has reached over 2,500 hours in 1 year alone. This is just not good enough. One of my first letters as an MP was to Thames Water to take action. There are only around 200 chalk streams in the whole world, of which 85% are in southern and eastern England. The flow of water through chalk helps to purify and maintain a constant temperature to create a unique ecosystem that often gets called England's rainforests. They provide home for salmon, water voles, white-clawed crayfish, and kingfishers. They also welcome families who love to paddle in the water on warm, sunny days or balmy evenings. As we stood by the water on the side of the road, watching that toilet paper go by, Maddie turned to me and said, "It's that time of year when kids play in the water just downstream. What are we going to do?" Indeed, a 2022 report found that only 14% of England's rivers had good ecological status. On the other hand, several countries, including Austria, Greece, and Malta, found that more than 95% of bathing sites are classed as excellent. We're just not doing good enough. It's really, really terrible in the UK. We must hold our water companies to account. And there's so much that I welcome in this motion. With our precious chalk streams let down, we need to replace Ofwat with a new regulator and replace it with a Clean Water Authority that has teeth to take action. But I'd like to focus specifically on line 56 of the motion, a blue flag status for rivers, streams, and lakes. This status would ensure that rivers meet environmental standards and are safe for swimming. Water companies that continue to dump into sewage into blue flag rivers would face fines. Our chalk streams are of rare ecological importance. There are only 200, I repeat, 200 in the whole world. I look after 4 of them, 4 of 200, and 85% are in England. We must protect them for our generation and for future generations. We cannot squander the opportunity to protect them under our watch. Please support the motion.
Thank you. I'll ask Sean MacLeod, please, to stand by, and ask Heather Glass from Lambeth Borough Council to come to the stage. Heather will be speaking against the motion.
Good morning. I'm Heather from Lambeth. I'm a second-generation sewerage industry worker. I've been a regulatory specialist for 20 years, and this is my first time speaking at conference. Our general election manifesto promised to treat the problems in the water and sewerage industry with the seriousness they deserve. And now, with 72 MPs and Alistair Carmichael as chair of the EFRA Select Committee, we have a real chance to deliver on that promise, transform the industry, and start restoring the trust that has so devastatingly been lost. I've seen many of the problems mentioned today close up, and I'm eager for things to change. But I'm speaking against this motion because, in the understandable desire to move as quickly as possible, I believe we're missing an opportunity for a genuine transformation of the industry in line with our Lib Dem values. The motion recognises that the current regulatory model is not working, but then it proposes more regulation as the solution. The Clean Water Authority would be a regulatory juggernaut. It would pull many of its enormous powers away from government, the Environment Agency, and local decision makers. However competent and well-intentioned, should a single centralised technocratic regulator have such control over such an important industry? There is a real risk that the policies in this motion make decisions less transparent and decision makers less accountable. Conference, this is not how we restore trust in the water industry. As Liberal Democrats, we don't have to accept a binary choice between powerful companies and powerful regulators. We should be devolving real power to local people who understand and care about the quality of their drinking water, the health of their local rivers and seas, the pressures facing local bill payers. I'll give just one example of what that could look like. The preamble to this motion refers tantalisingly to catchment partnerships, but then it never mentions them again, although I was pleased to hear Charlie Maynard MP mention them just now. Imagine local authorities, farming bodies, anglers, charities, developers, and water companies within each river catchment working in partnership rather than against each other. Imagine that partnership having the right powers, the right guidance, the right resources to take long-term decisions on investment needs that reflect local circumstances and local ambitions. That kind of approach is how we can start to build trust, deliver real transparency, and provide a firm foundation for attracting the enormous levels of investment the industry desperately needs. But this motion means those crucial decisions would instead be taken around the conference table in London or Birmingham. What a missed opportunity. Conference, we have the chance to hand decisions over the future of our water and sewerage industry to local people who care most deeply about them. And isn't that what we're all here to do? I ask you to let our party seize that chance by voting against this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please will Rachel Bentley stand by, and I now call Councillor Sean MacLeod from Lewis to the stage. Looks like we haven't got Sean MacLeod. In that case, is Rachel Bentley ready to come to the stage? Thank you. And I will ask Ros Savage MP, please, to stand by.
Good morning, Conference. I'm speaking in favour of the motion. I'm fortunate to represent the ward of North Bermondsey in Southwark, which has some of the most iconic views in the world. It has 1/4 of Tower Bridge, and every day I'm fortunate to walk along the River Thames. We also host a critical part of the Tideway Tunnel, otherwise known as the Super Sewer, which when it was first introduced was quite a controversial project, as you might assume. But actually it will serve to upgrade much of London's creaking and leaking sewer system. So we understand that the river is not just all selfies at sunset. There's also a tremendous amount of sewage floating in it. Last year we had 40 separate spills. But I'm here, similar to Councillor Alan Good, to make the case that it's actually not just the water companies that are responsible for how our rivers are managed. In London, the Port of London Authority, which is a public trust, is responsible for 95 miles of the tidal Thames, with very little oversight from the Mayor of London or the Secretary of State for Transport or local authorities. Now, London was built on the Thames. It is our national river, and it needs to be properly governed by a body that is properly accountable and scrutinised. This is what we, as Liberal Democrats, are so passionate about. We absolutely oppose the concentration of power. Now, this body, the Port of London Authority, is not subject to freedom of information requests. That is something that we could fix and we could really push for. Because our river, it's not just about water, it's about heritage, it's about the environment, it's about the economy, it's about navigation. Really serious stuff going through our capital. And they are funded, in part, you're not going to believe this, by balcony levies. So if you are fortunate to have a balcony that overhangs the Thames, you have to pay a levy to the Port of London Authority. So let's fix this. Contrary to the last speaker, let's actually broaden this, encompass others, because we need to make sure that one of our most precious cultural assets is given effective scrutiny. Thank you, Conference.
Please, will Charles Tucker stand by, and I'll ask Ross Savage MP to come to the stage.
Good morning, Conference. I stand here honoured and delighted to be the new MP for the South Cotswolds. As some of you might know, I've spent even more time on the water than Ed Davey, and have been a committed campaigner on water and other environmental issues for over 2 decades. And like many of you, I am absolutely furious that the water companies have been allowed to pollute and destroy our waterways and ecosystems with apparent impunity while paying out obscene amounts of money to CEOs and shareholders. This must stop. So I appreciate having this opportunity to offer some suggestions on the resolution, on this motion, which I wholeheartedly support, but I think we can go even further with the regulatory resources and powers for the new Clean Water Authority. As well as revoking the licence of poorly performing water companies, we also need to strengthen the environmental permitting to significantly reduce permissible pollution. Storm overflows are meant to be exceptional. And by exceptional, I think of the kind of rain that some of us experienced when we were out door knocking this spring. It was torrential. It should mean rainfall like that, not a light drizzle, or even occasionally overflows happening after 2 weeks of completely dry weather. We need to find the top executives of water companies and initiate prosecutions of what has to serve the law and customers, not the water company shareholders, that repeatedly ask the regulator to reduce or remove financial and legal penalties. Thames Water is currently pleading poverty to the Environment Agency, bless their cotton socks, and asking for all fines to be waived so that they can attract investment, therefore attracting yet more of the rapacious capital and the type of investors that have caused this problem in the first place. At the moment, it pays well to pollute. And I notice I'm already running out of time. We need to hypothecate fines for the restoration of rivers and waterways, ring-fencing money for restoring nature, rather than fixing leaking infrastructure, which should be covered by the investors. So yes, we do need to regulate the ownership of the water companies, but we need to go further. We need to remove vulture capital investors and replace with benign sources of investment. At the moment, when I think about what is happening to our rivers and waterways, I feel grief and shame. I feel grief for the precious ecosystems like our chalk streams that are being destroyed. And I feel shame that as a country, we are still allowing this to happen. Conference, I commend this motion. Thank you.
I'd ask Josh Babarindi, please, to stand by and call Councillor Charles Tucker, please, to the stage. Charles is from West Worcester.
Good morning. Well, I'm afraid I'm not a new MP, but I have been an Environment Agency employee in the past with responsibilities for pollution control and water management. So it is something which is very much still in my DNA, even though I retired some years ago. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the Rivers Trust. The Rivers Trust, which, as I'm sure you know, is a charity, national charity, and they were the people who first gave wide publicity to the statistics which had been generated in 2020, 2021, which highlighted this huge problem of sewage overflows. And it is really since then that this has become such a widely appreciated and concerning issue. Others have highlighted the emasculation the Tories have done to the Environment Agency. I'm furious about it as an ex-employee, but I fear it may have gone too far to save the EA. So now perhaps a new Clean Water Authority is indeed the best way forward. But the key thing we must always remember is that government gives the guidance to any of these bodies, these arm's-length bodies. The Environment Agency started off with a broad remit which enabled it to speak truth to power. But over the years, and particularly under the Tories, that ability to speak independently, to take an independent view, to criticise government was removed, and the EA is what we see now, largely a toothless tiger. But primarily what I want to talk about this morning is to support the Amendment 1 and to draw attention to the links that there are between the pollution of our watercourses from all sources and the planning system, particularly as we're talking now about significant new developments, large new towns, etc. And far too often, the impact of stormwater on the ecology of our watercourses from the discharges from these new towns is ignored. We take it as a technical issue and we leave it to the engineers. The particular point I'd raise is surface water littering. Who has ever thought about tackling the question of litter in surface water? Well, I'll tell you who does, and that's the Australians. And you'll see in many places in Australia where there are large stormwater outlets, they have bag filters beneath the discharges to catch litter. Litter has a huge impact on the ecology of our watercourses. It can smother the beds. I see I've come to the red light now. It is a major aspect of place shaping which we ignore at our peril. So please support Amendment 1.
Thank you. Because nobody has spoken against the amendment, we won't be summating the amendment. So I now call to the stage Josh Babrindi, MP for Eastbourne, to summate the motion.
Conference, as the MP for the sunniest constituency in the UK, it is a pleasure to summate on this motion moved by my honourable friend, the member for the wettest constituency in the UK. And few scandals represent the unfairness, incompetence and chaos sponsored by the last Conservative government than this sewage scandal. Water company and water executive bank balances are awash with big bonuses, substantial salaries and drastic dividends, while our seas, rivers and waterways are overflowing with raw sewage on an industrial scale. Environment Agency data tells us that raw sewage was discharged for 3.6 million hours into our seas and rivers last year, which was more than double the previous year. A literally shocking and sickening state of affairs. In fact, in data that was released earlier this year, the number of people admitted to hospital with diseases transmitted via waterborne infection has increased by over 1,000 a year in a decade. Now, at March conference, I shared a story of a Sussex swimmer down the road and local nurse Tracy, who suffered a respiratory infection, leaving her struggling to breathe after realising she was bathing in sewage. And we've heard from speakers today about the health impacts, not just of sewage, but, for example, from Alan about other poisons that blight our waterways. And we need to look at ensuring that we clamp down on those too. And to Charles's point as well, it's not just about chemicals that might be polluting our seas and rivers, but it is the litter that pollutes it as well. And we also know that this is hitting our local economies. I mean, you take places like Eastbourne, where 29% of jobs rely on tourism and hospitality, and that tourism relies so much on the jewel in our crown, our sea. I know the same is true, for example, of Claire, from Thornbury and Yate, who spoke about the importance of the River Avon in her constituency and the role it plays in her local economy and her local community. Not dissimilar, we heard from Victoria about the importance of protecting chalk streams in her community. And Maddie's experience and the toilet roll involved was testament to that. But more than local economy and local community, we heard about heritage and culture from Rachel Bentley in Southwark, and about how raw sewage dumping is just as much an affront to that as the other things that we've mentioned so far too. I think Charlie Maynard made a really powerful point about trust. He spoke about the rigged system that the system of regulation represents, and we really need to resolve that, to restore trust, not just in that institution, but more generally public trust in institutions that's been so eroded over the years. And I'm proud that at Spring Conference this year, we passed a motion to get the sewage scandal under control once and for all, and I'm proud that this motion contains even more measures to help finish the job, with a truly kick-ass regulator being at the heart of this instalment of our plan. A regulator with teeth, as Mel from Worcester spoke about. A regulator that forces water companies to fess up on their dumping in real time. A regulator that comes down hard on water company bosses if they breach their obligations via fines or even prosecutions. And I hear Heather's point. In fact, I'm fired up by Heather's ambition to go even further, and I'm determined to work with her, and I know my parliamentary colleagues will be too, to help take things forward even more, because we should remember that this needs to be a dynamic process of regulation. This isn't a static one. So I look forward to her insights feeding in to the future of policy making on this into the future. Conference, the measures in this motion will help transform what has become an irresponsible industry that rewards its shareholders, as John from Reading highlighted, into an accountable service that delivers for our communities, for bill payers, and for our environment. That's why I hope you join me in backing Tim's motion so that we can transform that grief and shame that Ros spoke about so powerfully into pride and into action. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to a set of votes, and we will first vote on Amendment 1. So if I may see a show of hands, we've opened the online voting, and if I can see a show of hands while that's ongoing in the hall for those for the motion, please.
Amendment. For the amendment.
For the amendment, absolutely. I said the amendment, yeah. Thank you. And anybody against, those against the amendment? And any abstentions? No. Thank you very much. The motion... Sorry, I beg your pardon. We will now move... The amendment has been clearly carried, and we'll now move to a vote on the motion as a whole. So if I could see a show of hands for the motion as a whole... Thank you. And any votes against? Thank you. There's a couple in there in the corner. We don't do abstentions. Thank you. That is very clearly carried. Thank you to all our speakers for keeping to time. I apologise to anybody I wasn't able to call. There are more cards than there were speakers. I'd like to thank my aide here, Dr. Chris Adams, and I'll now hand over to Chris Mains to chair the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Welcome to F40, which is the report of our parliamentary parties. Welcome Wendy Chamberlain and Lord Dick Newby, our leader and our whip, Chief Whip, leader of the Lords and Chief Whip. Dick and Wendy will present their report. We have some questions that you have submitted. There are 19, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to get through all of those. So written answers will be put on the website after conference. One or two of the questions are similar, so I've grouped them together. But we'll deal with that later. Firstly, can I invite Wendy to present her report?
Lovely. Good. Is it working? Can everybody hear me? Great. Good morning, everybody. I worked out that I've now been performing the role of Chief Whip for 4 years, so I don't know how many parliamentary reports that is, but it's great to be here this morning. And I just want to reiterate, one, thank you to everybody that submits questions. It's important that the Parliamentary Party is held to account by the membership. And secondly, anybody that we don't get to, we will, as always, commit to providing written answers. 72 is a number you've heard a lot over these last 4 days, and it sounds a lot. And I'll tell you, for me as the Chief Whip of the Parliamentary Party Group, it feels like a lot too, but it is a great feeling. And I walk around Parliament and I see Liberal Democrat MPs wherever I go, and I know all their names and the constituencies they represent. And I think I saw Ed being tested on that on a roller coaster this morning as well. But we have whole corridors housing our new MPs and their staff. We've had to move our weekly MP catch-up meeting to a much bigger room. And looking around that room each week, it's a huge thrill. 72 MPs working hard to serve the local communities that they've been elected in, and 72 MPs making Britain a more liberal place. So all of you, thank you, each and every one of you, for everything that you did during the general election. Because during the campaign, our volunteers knocked on nearly 3 million doors. We spoke with nearly 1 million people. We delivered more than 17 million leaflets and mail to print. So when you see a postie, give them a smile. And Ed did his bit too. He travelled 1,343 miles from John O'Groats to Land's End, at least 50 metres in the air and 3 metres under water. So we all worked hard, we all gave it our all, and we all share in the fantastic results. But I just want to outline what moving from 15 MPs to 72 from a relatively small party to the third party means in terms of the opportunities for us. Because it does mean that our former crack insurgent force of 15 is now taking on the mantle of responsibility of third party status. In very simple terms, it means you will hear a lot more from us in the media, and those of you who have previously attended Autumn Conference will have felt that over these last 4 days. The presence of the media, journalists, the BBC, where we've all been appearing is quite substantial in terms of difference. It means that we can be bold about what we think we can achieve, and we've already made that start. So as the third party, we qualify for select committee chairs, and given the extent of our success, we have secured 3 select committee chairs. So I'm delighted that Leila Moran is the new chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, that Alistair Carmichael is the new chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, and that Jamie Stone will lead on the Petitions Committee. And I think just to reflect on the 15 MPs that we had before the election, of them, only 3, and now with the return of Andrew George and Tessa Munt, there are only 5 of our MP group of 72 that have experience of being the third party in Westminster. So be patient with us, there's a lot of learning to do. I'm certainly finding out all the time other things that we have the opportunity to do. But one of the most important things is that we will secure dozens of places for MPs on the select committees in the House of Commons, of which there are 26. And it means that there will be Liberal Democrat voices on every single one of them. Defence, education, Treasury, Foreign Affairs, Home Affairs, international development. Just for context, in the last Parliament, we had 2 spaces across all the select committees. And of those 2 spaces, they were in the gift of other parties that we ended up with them. Myself on Scottish Affairs, later joined by Christine Jardine, and Sarah Olney on PAC. So that is a huge, huge difference. But our third party status brings tangible benefits in the chamber too. For oral questions, which is an MP's opportunity to directly question government ministers about matters important to our voters. In just the last 4 sitting days before conference, Liberal Democrats asked 34 questions directly to government ministers. We asked questions about the postcode lottery of send provision, court backlogs, local issues like mental health, and guess what? What about water companies dumping sewage into our rivers and seas? We don't talk about that very much, but that is in 4 days. So imagine what we can do over the next 4 years. And PMQs are part of that. 3 Liberal Democrat MPs asked questions last week, and as third party leader, Ed gets to ask 2 questions to the Prime Minister every week. He is going to make them count. And we've got an enhanced legislative role too, a voice when bills are considered line by line in bill committees or delegated legislation committees, and a much greater opportunity to force votes in Parliament on matters that are important to us. It is such a pleasure to be walking through the aye lobby in support of Liberal Democrat amendments on a regular basis, as opposed to always voting no. Now, during the general election campaign, we listened to people's concerns and focused on the issues that matter most to them: NHS and care, cost of living, sewage and the environment. So we've got that clear mandate from our electorate, and we've seen what happens when we tell people one thing in the election campaign and do something different afterwards. So I can assure you, conference, that we are learning from the past. We have said repeatedly we will be a constructive opposition, scrutinising the new government's plans and campaigning for our policies, but also continuing to hold the Conservative Party to account for the damage that they have done to the country. So we do need to adapt our processes, but you are going to see a lot of things that are staying the same, because we've elected that record number of Liberal Democrat MPs by running an incredibly disciplined campaign, and that will continue in our work in Parliament. A personal highlight for me is in the lead up to the election, there was a vote on a provision for MPs arrested of serious sexual or violent offences and deemed by a panel of their colleagues to potentially pose a risk of being barred from the estate. Now, the then Conservative government wanted to allow MPs to be on the estate unless and until the point of charge. I just want to highlight that colleagues, and I believe Liberal Democrats believe that to protect staff and victims, it was vital that Parliament had an earlier mechanism. It was not about guilt, it was about safeguarding. So I tabled an amendment changing the threshold back to what had been, before the government change, been initially proposed, which was the point of arrest. And I'm very proud that my amendment carried cross-party support from Stella Creasy and Diane Abbott on the left to Theresa May and Caroline Noakes on the right. And because it was a free vote, because it's House business, meaning MPs were not whipped, we won that vote by 170 votes to 169. That was quite a day in the chamber. Close margins indeed. But back to close margins, our targeting strategy has worked. It's delivered our largest ever parliamentary party. We still support PR, but it has been an election where our vote share is actually reflected in the number of MPs that we elected. But I know that for some candidates and some of you here, the margin did not quite go their way. So thank you from us for all their hard work supporting others in their own seats too. And I said this at the candidates' reception last night. Every vote for Liberal Democrat in the election helps Dick and I, because it helps us from the short money that we get to carry out our opposition duties. We get money for every MP that we elect, but we also get money for every vote that Liberal Democrats receives. So that is one of the reasons why it's so important that we have the Liberal Democrat candidate on the ballot paper everywhere. So thank you for giving me additional resources to support our amazing new MPs. I just want to say very briefly in terms of other topics, much of the conversation in Westminster has been on Israel-Palestine, and I'm very proud that we were the first party to call for immediate bilateral ceasefire and an opportunity for peace talks. We will continue to make our voices heard on that issue, and thank you for those who've engaged on it over the weekend. So as Chief Whip, slight obsession with Parliament, but I suspect I may not be alone in that obsession, because there's a lot of you here for the Parliamentary Party reports as opposed to previous times. So I just want to give a final little plug for our monthly Parliamentary newsletter. Please do sign up so that you can see all the excellent work that new MPs are putting in. Sometimes they get missed or lost in the overall noise, and it will give you an opportunity to see their parliamentary successes. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues in the Lords and the Commons, the staff teams in our constituency in Westminster, and I want to give a particular shout out to Jack Coulson, our new head of the Whip's office. And the reason I want to do that is Jack became the new head of the Whip's office literally as the general election was called, and since then has been helping me and doing lots of the work, obviously, to support our 72 MPs without a deputy and with a team that we've obviously had to majorly upscale. So Jack, thank you. Couldn't do it without you. Grateful to all the staff, our local government partners and all those in the devolved administrations too. It's an honour to serve as the first female Chief Whip for the Liberal Democrat Party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I'm going to invite Lord Newby, our leader in the House of Lords, to make the Lords report.
Thanks very much, Chris. Just picking up on one thing that Wendy said, the picture that's given me most pleasure since the election was, I think it was Treasury questions in the Commons where there were 4 or 5 desultory Tories and sort of 25 Lib Dems. It was just terrific. And it makes a bigger point, I think, about the balance of energy that we'll see in the Commons going forward. As far as the Lords is concerned, of course, it now seems an absolute age ago since the last session, but actually the majority of parliamentary activity that's taken place since I last reported to conference happened in the last Parliament. And when I did last report in March, we were in the throes of the Rwanda bill. Remember that? And how much time and effort that took. In the end, we had repeated ping-pongs between the Commons and the Lords. We had a very effective cross-party coalition that was seeking to, at the very least, delay considerably the start of operation of the bill. And we ended up with a record equaling number of ping-pongs before it became clear that we couldn't sustain it. But I was very grateful to the huge efforts that my colleagues put in on that. And what those repeated debates did was enable us to repeatedly explain in the public sphere why the Lib Dems were so opposed to what the government was trying to do. But there were also a plethora of other bills, most of which were relatively technical, but all of which were important for the wiring of society. So we had a data protection bill, a digital markets bill, an investigatory powers bill, a media bill, we had the renters reform and leasehold reform bills, which didn't altogether go through because of the election, victims and prisoners bills. These are all really, really important in terms of the way society works. And I'm very fortunate in having colleagues who are prepared to do the work in getting into the detail and challenging the government and putting forward amendments to improve them. There are too many to mention, but special thanks to Chris Fox, Tim Clement-Jones, Kath Pinnock, Dorothy Thornhill, and Sal Brinton, but there are lots of other people work very hard on your behalf to try and improve legislation in the Lords. And under in the last session, we managed to, working with others, obviously, we managed to defeat the government over 100 times. And I was particularly proud of the fact that the turnout of Lib Dem peers at almost 80% was very substantially higher than Labour at about 2/3, and the Tories at roughly the same and possibly slightly less. And the crossbenchers who only managed a measly 22%. So we then, having done that, we had the election. Almost immediately after 2019, and as soon as the party began to identify target seats, we agreed to have a peer mentor for our top parliamentary candidates, because many of my colleagues have either been MPs or been councillors and run local councils, so they sat alongside candidates as they developed their campaigns, and we helped with things like fundraising and generally trying to jolly along local parties to the extent that we could. And I'm very grateful to the 20-plus peers who did that, and I apologise to all those other people who are now Liberal Democrats MPs. We didn't see you coming in many cases. If we had, we would have provided help, although you clearly didn't need it. In the campaign itself, the Whip's office staff were all engaged on the central campaign, mainly in helping with the Leaders' Tour. I don't think any of them were required to do a trial bungee jump, but having been involved in Leaders' Tours in the past, the amount of preparatory work that's required for it all to go smoothly is very considerable. And if you think about how soon it didn't get that right, nobody told him that if you go into a field of sheep and they don't know who you are, they run away. But if you go into an area of chickens, they all come for the feed. And I put that down to, if not entirely my staff, that wonderful preparatory operation that went on there. So, post-election, unlike the Commons, I do not have a vast influx of new people. I do have one new person in the shape of Caroline Pigeon, who is a massive, massive addition to the group. But she is the first life peer who has been appointed to the Liberal Democrat benches since 2015. 2015. So it's new enthusiasm and is rare and doubly welcomed. And so we're delighted to have Caroline with us. So now, in the new Parliament, although our position in terms of numbers hasn't changed, our position in terms of influence has changed a lot, because the Labour Party do not have a plurality, even over the Conservatives. There are about 275 Tories, 185 Labour, 184 crossbenchers, 79 of us, 56 odds and sods, and 26 bishops. And it means that if we don't vote with the government, they lose. And so that puts us in a very interesting position when it comes to negotiating on amendments. I think one change from the last administration is that with a very large proportion, well, a large proportion of what the last government was trying to do, we just opposed it. We thought it was wrong. And so we were in full opposition mode. With this government, I think a lot of the things they're trying to do, we sort of agree with what they're trying to achieve, but have doubts about the way they're trying to achieve it in some cases. So I hope and think that what we'll be able to do is change legislation to a greater extent than we've done in the past, for the two reasons. That the government, I think, is genuinely more open to discussion, but actually, unless they give way, they're going to suffer a lot of losses. And although they can be reversed, in the end, it's not wise for governments to run into repeated arguments with the House of Lords on everything. And of course, the great pleasure that we now have is that over the recent parliaments, there have been so few MPs that on many issues, they have not had either the time nor the ability by not being on bill committees to spend much time on legislation. And we have sort of taken the lead in deciding what to do. We're now getting back to normality, which is that the Commons is where the lead is taken. But we will be working hopefully very much with Commons colleagues so that when a piece of legislation is debated in the Commons and we're putting forward amendments there, it's almost with an eye to what we can do in the Lords and where we can be successful in the Lords. But we're really looking forward to that. There's one piece of legislation, of course, in this session with which we have a particular interest, which is the proposal to get rid of the remaining hereditary peers. When I first joined the Lords, or within a month of it, Tony Blair introduced legislation to get rid of the hereditary peers and was bamboozled into agreeing to retain 10% of them. That 10%, about 90 hereditary peers, still remain. And it is an anomaly, and it is ridiculous. It's also politically very unbalanced. There are 45 Tory hereditaries, 33 crossbench hereditaries, 4 Labour and 4 Lib Dems. So abolishing the hereditaries at one fell swoop almost halves the disparity between the Labour and Tory numbers. And of course that is one of the reasons I'm sure that they're so keen to do it. And we hope that we'll get that legislation through, certainly within the next 6 months. One of the joys of this is going to be hearing the arguments advanced to retain the hereditaries. There was a wonderful article by Andrew Roberts in the Mail last week, which I commend to you. The two arguments which particularly appealed to me were that if the hereditaries were disposed of, as it were, the king would feel isolated because he would be the only remaining hereditary element in the constitution. And much as I'm sure, when the king wakes up in the morning, he thinks of my colleague John Russell and thinks, thank God John's there, I'm not on my own. That's clearly ludicrous. Another argument which I particularly enjoyed was that the hereditaries maintain the link with Magna Carta. Most hereditary peerages were granted in the last century. And of the hereditary peers, those who've got a link with Magna Carta is to put it mildly, extremely small. So that's one thing. The second thing that the government's promised in terms of Lords reform, which I strongly support, although it's, we should have a proper reform. We should elect the place, but they're not going to do that. But they are also going to probably introduce a retirement age. Now, this is the House of Lords, so the retirement age that they're proposing is 80. That may seem rather old, but the average age of the groups at the moment in the House of Lords, the average age of the Labour group is 74, the average. The average age of our group is 73, and the average age of the Conservatives is 67. So this is a very old institution. There are at the moment 184 peers over the age of 80. And I had an email from one of my colleagues just before the summer to say that he thought it was he would retire on his birthday. He thought 96 was a good point at which to retire. Much as I love Dick Taverne, I think a retirement age just makes sense. So we'll be supporting that. There's a real danger that it'll run into the weeds because House of Lords reform requires firm leadership and just a determination to plough ahead despite all the noise. Because there'll be a lot of arguments as to why Alf Dobbs is 90 odd, so you can't possibly force Alf Dobbs out, or whatever it is. But if they do it seriously, they will have our support. Beyond that, we hope that we might get some new peers, some new life peers. How would we know? There are no rules about how a Prime Minister creates life peers. He does it on a whim. I have negotiated under the Blair government, when I was working for Charles Kennedy, on the number of life peers we should get. And in a negotiation, as if I were a trade unionist, I negotiated up the number we got. This is a ludicrous way of running things, but that's...
On Caroline, it was a phone call into my constituency office from the Cabinet Office. That was the first we knew that they were considering it.
Yeah, and I think it was...
was like, what?
I think that was a phone call on a Thursday, and we had to have a name by the Monday as well. So that is ludicrous. But it's where we're going to be for the rest of the Parliament. I hope we get more life peers, but I can't... I'm totally ignorant as to what's in the government's mind. I can't finish this report without mentioning the fact that during the course of the last period, we had the sad and unexpected death of Andrew Stonnell. Andrew was a model parliamentarian and public servant, and had been active literally to within hours of his death, getting in touch with the Whip's office on a Sunday morning because he was concerned about the standing orders, and was a terrific colleague, not somebody who just did what the leadership wanted, sadly, but somebody of fierce independence but true liberal values, and we greatly miss him. And finally, I just want to thank our Whip's office, who try with a very considerable degree of success to keep us in order, bearing in mind that most peers have no staff whatsoever, and so the Whip's office acts as a collective staff resource for 79 people. So many thanks to Elizabeth Plummer, Humphrey Amos, Mo Sweedy, Adam Bull, and to newly departing members of staff, Sarah Pugh and Ella Lewis. We couldn't manage without you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dick. We're going to move to the questions. People that have submitted questions will be entitled to a supplementary. Can I ask that they get to the microphone as quickly as possible over there so that we can get through as many as we can? I'll read the question and we hopefully will get answers from either Wendy or Dick or both. So question 1 is, in the new Parliament, what policies is the party in both houses going to prioritise in the private members' bills? And that's from Josh Price.
And I'm going to
Wendy,
take the lead on that, Chris. So obviously the party's got a proud history to making a real difference through private members' bills, most famously David Steele's in relation to the 1967 Abortion Act, but there have been others. So it is a golden opportunity if used correctly by an opposition party. But just to explain a bit of the context around private members' bills, in the Commons, a random ballot is held each session, so about once a year, to select the order in which parliamentarians, backbench parliamentarians, can bring forward a piece of legislation of their choice. Being in the top 20, and in fact most critically being in the top 7 or so, puts you in the driving seat. So the ballot did take place at the beginning of last week, and the decision on what to bring forward is made closer to October. Indeed, we expect presentation around the 16th of October. So I've got experience because I passed my own legislation last year, which was the Carers Leave Act. And what I would say in relation to that is my own idea was, given that I'd come right in the middle of the ballot, was that I did want to find a piece of legislation that I thought the government could find its way to support and would be relatively uncontroversial for other parties too, because it is a narrow and treacherous path in terms of getting bills through. So although our party policy is for 10 days of paid leave for unpaid carers who are working, I agreed with the government to work to deliver 5 days as unpaid care, which does mean that for the first time carers have that employment right, and indeed the new government is looking at paid carers leave. So I think the alternative would be to have had nothing in this space, and then maybe the new government wouldn't be looking at it. So those are the kind of considerations that Max, Ros, Danny, and me again at number 19, I'm not quite sure how I've done that, will think about. But Max and Ros are obviously in the position where they are in the top 7. And what that means is when private members' bills sitting Fridays take place, their bill will be called first. So it is the best opportunity of making safe passage through its second reading. But we are all still considering what to do, and it's over to us as individuals what we want to do. But in the conversations I've already had, it will not surprise you to know NHS and the environment are certainly topics that come up. In terms of the Lords, they entered a number of submissions which reflect our policy commitments. And amongst the successful submissions, the Lords Group have drawn bills on topics such as family reunion for refugees, homeschool education registration support, and recognising the state of Palestine. But as I say, it is really easy for a small number of opposing MPs to filibuster these bills. So there is that delicate balancing act between pushing forward ambitious Liberal policy, but you will crash and burn if you do so, and knowing what you can actually pass. So it is for individual MPs to determine, the pragmatism by which they want to approach this, because I think we can all know of one example, which was Vera Hophouse's upskirting private members bill, which was ultimately backed by one rogue backbench MP, a certain Christopher Chope, because it only takes one MP to do so. And Marie and I are delighted that Christopher Chope is joining us on the Modernisation Committee, chaired by the new Leader of the House. What a misnomer, if ever I heard one.
Thank you. Dick, did you want to add?
Yeah, just very briefly. There's an inverse relationship between the breadth of the bill and its likelihood of getting through. So we have got a number of bills, of which Lindsay Northover's Palestine Statehood Recognition Bill is one, which is a big, big political issue. And so the chances of that actually succeeding eventually is pretty small. But we've got other very useful bills, like Tim Clement-Jones's Public Authority Algorithmic and Automated Decision-Making Systems Bill, which, of course, we're all very cognizant of. But on something like that, because it's relatively technical, or Sharon Bowles has got the Listed Investment Companies Classification, etc. bill, you might actually get it through, because it's quite technical. It's dealing with a particular problem, and if the government agrees it's a problem, it can give a bit of time. But what happens in the Lords, we pass these bills normally, unless they're hugely contentious, relatively straightforwardly, but they then sit there, and the government doesn't give them any time in the Commons. But it might give time for one or two, if they're technical and are, broadly speaking, not very controversial, but move on public policy to, in effect, to update it.
Thank you. Is Josh Price here? Does he have a supplementary? Can't see anybody. Okay, we move to question 2, which is from Ella Jane. I think it's probably to Dick. How do you think the role of the House of Lords will change now that we have a larger Commons parliamentary party?
Yeah, I mean, I talked a bit about this in what I said earlier. In one sense, our position is less important because we will be looking to the Commons to take the lead. But in the other respect, it's more influential in that we may actually get change from the government. So that's a nice position to be in. It does require a change in mindset in several respects. And it's more difficult dealing with a government where you agree on some things and disagree on some things than having a government where you basically disagree on everything. If you disagree on everything, it's easy. You just jump up and say it's an absolute outrage, whatever it is. But if you're disagreeing on not on the margins, but disagreeing on elements of something, it needs a more nuanced approach. But I think that's how politics should work, and the fact that it didn't work like that in the last with the last administration doesn't mean that we can't make it work, I hope, with this administration.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. So is Ella Jane here? Does she have a supplementary? No? Okay, we'll move to question 3, which is from Douglas Monroe. I think it's probably for Wendy to lead on this one. The Parliamentary Party dramatically increased post-election. What operational changes are taking place to meet this challenge?
Yeah, that growth from 15 to 72 is an unprecedented scale of change, and just as part of that, our plan had been when new MPs were elected, we would add them into the existing MPs WhatsApp group, which is called 391, which is the room that we used to have our parliamentary party meetings at in Portcullis House. You cannot get 72 people in there, even with no table or chairs. And I realised very quickly that putting people into a WhatsApp group of that size would be absolute chaos. So if you've not been introduced them to already, WhatsApp communities are the way forward. So we've got lots of WhatsApp groups for our MPs. But I think that just gives you, we did better than any of us had expected. And as a result, we have had to think quite a lot about operational matters. So we are going to keep some things the same. The candidate support team operated using staffing and an operating model that essentially mimics the whips and policy team we have in Parliament. We are upscaling in terms of recruitment. So we are expanding the Commons Parliamentary Advisory Team. So that is the team that sits under Jack and I in the Whip's office. That is paid for by a proportion of IPSA staffing expenses that MPs put into a pot, and that provides direct support in relation to standard email responses, but also responses to ministerial statements, urgent questions, some policy work and amendment work. And in the Policy Advisory Unit that is based in HQ is going to increase from 6 to 7. And that will help that policy and casework support that's available to MPs. But also MPs will have all their fantastic new staff as well. We are looking at technology solutions wherever possible. And then we are looking at, for example, using some of the opportunities that we have in the House. So a good example of that is it's really good in Parliament when you've increased in size so greatly, because the room allocation negotiations with Labour and the Conservatives and the other parties was very good fun for Munira Wilson, and I'm grateful for that. But we have tried to give some thought and preferences to MPs and where they're based and who they're close to help that cross-team collaboration. Can't speak for other teams, but campaigns, media and others are all looking at that as well. And I'll go back to the fact that we have managed to maintain our level of short money by the number of MPs we've elected, but also keeping up our vote share is hugely helpful to us. So lots of work to do, but Douglas can be reassured that we are making the right decisions in terms of the operational changes we'll need to make.
Thank you very much. Is Douglas here? Does he have a supplementary? No, we'll move on then to question 4. With the Conservatives fighting for the soul of conservatism with Nigel Farage, is the Parliamentary Party prepared to be part of the official opposition if the opportunity arises? And that is from Adam Robertson.
So Adam, you're certainly right. The Conservative Party is tearing itself apart. Dick referred to certainly seeing the chamber pretty empty of Tories. That was certainly true on the night that the Railway Nationalisation Bill passed the Commons stages. There was the 2 Conservative frontbenchers and then just a sea of Liberal Democrats on the other side. And what's been quite noticeable as well is they don't seem to be putting themselves in the ballot for oral questions and things like that as well. So clearly they've got a bit of psychodrama to get through, and we're very happy about that. But look, we want to be that responsible opposition. You maybe heard it in my speech on Saturday, certainly heard it in Daisy's yesterday. So I'm really proud of how all the new MPs have responded to that. We're out in force at departmental questions, and we're certainly more of a voice than Nigel Farage. We had to be on the safe side, we had assumed that the reform might try to claim the third-party seats in Parliament. It will not surprise you to know that they did not turn up. We think they were at the Red Lion and our seats were secured. But I think Ed has been very constructive and very emotive in his PMQ questions so far, and obviously better than Sunak in that regard. So in terms of Adam, you're hearing that I'm probably not directly answering your question, but let's see how the politics plays out and what the Conservative Party does next. Even if we're not the official opposition, we are the real opposition in this Parliament. I'm quite sure of that.
Dick, do you want to add anything? Is Adam here? Does he have a supplementary? I hope you're Adam and not someone going to the toilet. No, okay. If you do have a question, can you go towards the intervention mic so that we can deal with it quickly? Clearly we haven't got one. Can we move to the next question from Rebecca Jones? Now the party has 172 seats. What will the Parliamentary Party do to advance trans rights in Parliament?
Yeah, if I can pick this up. I mean, consistently, over a very long period, the party's tried hard in Parliament and to fight for the rights of everybody in the LGBT plus community, including trans people. And with so many more MPs, it'll be easier and there'll be more opportunity to do that in the future. 2 specific things. One, which we tried to make progress in the Lords, was in pushing for a ban of all forms of so-called conversion therapy, where it's very important, that in my view, that bill a bill to that effect should go through, and it should encompass trans people. We had a go in the Lords in the last session. Laurelie Burt had a bill to that effect, and what was interesting to me sitting through the debates was just the terrible visceral opposition to the bill, particularly obviously from Tories, which just shows how much work there is to do to fight for equality. I think the other thing, which is a very practical thing, is tackling the unacceptably long wait times for healthcare services for trans people. And Christine Jardine and Daisy have pushed for this in the previous Parliament, and I hope that with a somewhat more sympathetic Secretary of State, that they, not only will they push for it, as I'm sure they will in this Parliament, but that we might actually get a more positive response.
Thank you very much. Wendy, do you have anything to add? No, nothing. Thank you. Rebecca here, does she have a supplementary? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, is there anything that we as trans members can do to support you in achieving that in Parliament?
Thank you.
I'll take that. First of all, Rebecca, thanks for standing as a candidate. You're one of those people that got more Liberal Democrat votes and therefore more money for our resources. I think what you know is that the intention is for the equality spokesperson to do a piece of work in relation to this whole area, so ensure that we can take the right approaches, and I'd be really grateful for any members, including people like yourself, to take part in that. I think that's the most important thing, so that we can bring forward the right policy paper to the next conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is going to be our last question, I'm afraid, and it's from Mackenzie Gregory. What would you say the biggest opportunity and biggest challenge has been for the parliamentary parties since the last conference, given the general election? Wendy, did you want to?
Yeah, I've probably touched on it already, which is just simply the logistics of having 72 MPs, 57 of whom are new. And as I said, only 5 of our MPs have experience of being the third party. But obviously that biggest opportunity was the general election. So thank you, Rishi, for that. So, you know, and I, as I've said, grateful to you all for helping to get so many Liberal Democrat MPs selected. But I think we have got this vacuum that the Conservatives are leaving in the space, and that means that we do have some big challenges too. It is going to take, you know, just to kind of make clear what happens when you get elected as an MP is you walk off the stage and you're handed a brown envelope by the returning officer that says to the MP. And all that has is really information about how to get there for your first day and sort out where you're going to stay for your first week. So I think the other thing I would ask is it's going to take a bit of time for MPs and their offices and their staff to get up and running, because they are responsible for doing all that. I'm really proud of how quickly people are getting things in place. But, you know, take a bit of patience, but there is going to be some key challenges with this new government, what they're planning to do, what Dick has already said in relation to, you know, potentially we could be disappointed quite quickly. And I certainly feel that the change that people thought they were voting for we're not necessarily feeling that at the moment. But yeah, a lot of work to do.
And I think the challenge for us is to get the balance right between being constructive and being opposition. Not least because if I were the government faced with the Lib Dems, whose support I needed, I might start off thinking I wanted to be helpful and try and work with them. But if I found that the Lib Dems were being very critical all the time, which is the default mode of an opposition party, after a while I think, well, blow that. You know, we've given them this, we've given them that, and all they can do is grumble about that. So that's the challenge, because we want to maximise our scope for getting change through, but B, we don't want to be and will not be seen as the poodles of the government.
Okay, can I apologise? That question was actually submitted by Christopher Johnson. Christopher, do you want to ask a supplementary?
Yes. So this election, like the last election, the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland also got an MP elected, and of course there are this party in Northern Ireland. So I was wondering, how are you working with Sorcha to kind of, you know, provide the broadest possible liberalism across the country and just sort of make sure we're all kind of on the same page?
Yeah, Great question, Christopher. Sorcia's absolutely great. If you're not like following her on social media, etc., you should. Alliance should be very proud to have her. I'm obviously completely gutted to lose Stephen Farry as well. So what I would say in relation to Alliance is that we have put our arm around her. She is part of our Liberal family, but she's not a Liberal Democrat MP. But for example, she's part of our room allocation, so she's near Liberal Democrat MPs. So be assured that we're working with her as closely as she wants to, and we're recognising that. And yeah, it's all very good.
Okay, we're now going to move to a vote to accept the report, I think. So if the people at home can prepare to vote online. While we're doing that, can I just, again, apologise that we haven't been able to get through all the questions, and answers will be put onto the website in due course. And can I, on behalf of you, just thank Wendy and Dick and their teams. I think we are all immensely proud of what the small parliamentary team did up to election, and we're all very excited by the challenges that you've got ahead. So can I ask... Those in favour of noting the House of Commons Parliamentary report, please show. Thank you. And those against? It's encouraging. I think that might be... Anna's going to be running backwards and forwards because we've got the Lord's one next. Thank you. Can I ask you to check that, yes, that is carried. What a relief. Can I ask those in favour of noting the House of Lords report, please show. Thank you very much. And any against? That's right, they're all waiting for life peerages, Dick. They're not to oppose. Okay. That's okay. Thank you very much. That is carried as well. Thank you for your time. And could I thank our leader in the Lords and our Chief Whip, Wendy, once again. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. I hope everyone is well. We now move on to F41, Tackling Child Poverty, which you can find on page 55 of your agenda. There are no amendments to this motion, and with that in mind, could I please ask John Potter to stand by, and I now call Councillor Hina Bakari AM from Merton to propose the motion.
I'm going to enjoy this. When anyone asks, what does a London Assembly member do? I say, watch the video that went viral where I asked the Mayor of London if he supports the two-child benefit cap or not. He doesn't answer the question. He deflects. He talks about the coalition. And he gets angry. And he shows his hypocrisy. And that is what this motion is about. Can we trust the Labour government to eradicate child poverty if they won't scrap the cap? 3.6 million children live in absolute poverty, and yet 59% of these families have at least one or both parents working. And by scrapping the cap, we will take 300,000 children out of poverty. But this Labour government simply won't do this. Starmer would rather take the whip away from his backbench MPs rather than listen to the countless charities and organisations calling for the two-child benefit limit to be removed. Now, even though we welcome the Poverty Commission, it doesn't take a genius to know what its findings will be. Talk about kicking the can down the road. The highest rate of child poverty in England is in Tower Hamlets, where almost half of the children grow up in poverty. They are almost all ethnic minorities from the Muslim community. And this is why we make an explicit mention of how child poverty impacts ethnic minorities more than any other. And it also highlights the fact, again, just like the lack of action for Grenfell, we see certain communities being ignored. This cap also disproportionately impacts women. Single mother with 3 children being cut off from additional benefits cannot afford basics like food. And what if a woman has an unexpected pregnancy and is forced to make that impossible choice? Imagine having to choose whether you keep your child or not because of the lack of support. The Labour Party is allowing this callous, cruel policy to continue. Have they no compassion? The Liberal Democrat motion says, we will not let down our most vulnerable families. We will not ignore you. We will not let you be forgotten. Because when we say we stand for justice and equality, we mean it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Charlotte Kane to stand by, and I now call Councillor John Potter from Preston and Wa, who's the leader of the Preston Lib Dem Council Group and a first-time speaker.
Thank you. Conference. I'm proud to be a trustee of an incredible charity that runs a community centre in one of the most economically deprived areas of Preston. Our staff, our volunteers work to their absolute max, week in, week out, to help some of the most vulnerable people in our society. But despite those efforts, we can't keep up with demand. Our food pantry is always oversubscribed. People are struggling from rising food bills, crippling energy costs, and an enormous pressure that puts on us. And however good any charities are, however vital that safety net is, it will never be large enough to collect all the people that are falling into poverty. And poverty is like a virus. Its consequences spread into so many aspects of our life. Not just food, not just hunger, not just the cold, but the life chances and future possibilities for those that are affected. Not to mention the mental health and the guilt that many people feel when dealing with poverty. And that's why I'm delighted to support this motion and call out the short-sighted and cruel nature of the Labour government for not scrapping it at their first opportunity. Now, I was elected 14 years ago yesterday, and for those years, I have had to suffer endless waves of arrogant, sanctimonious and moral preaching from a Labour Party. Now, they're in government with a massive majority and a chance to change Britain for the better, and a chance to break that cycle of poverty that unfortunately so often goes from one generation to another. And what are Labour doing? They are already failing this test, their first test they had in government. And my liberalism won't allow them to have a free pass. My liberalism won't accept this is the best our incredible country can do, and my liberalism won't accept that any child stuck in poverty isn't a priority for our government. So I choose the decision to fight them on it. Because if Labour won't do the right thing, we have to force them to do the right thing. Labour have a responsibility with their power, and if they don't use it, we have a responsibility to take that power away from them. We must challenge them door by door, ward by ward, council by council. Because of course, Conference, we should vote for this motion, but Labour will not care if all we do is talk about it in this room. We have to go and challenge them out there in our wards, in our community, who are feeling it more than anybody else. So please support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Timi Jibogu to stand by, and I now call Charlotte Kane MP, our new MP for Ely and East Cambridgeshire.
Conference, as a new MP, I'm often asked what has surprised me most. Well, there have been a lot of surprising things, many of them good, not least the surprise of being elected as one of our 72 MPs. But two of the surprises have been shocking, disappointing, and deeply worrying. Scrapping the winter fuel allowance for pensioners who are not receiving pension credit, and not lifting the two-child benefit cap. We tried to amend the King's Speech to scrap this cap, but the Labour government, a Labour government, whipped its MPs to vote to keep the cap. A handful of them, nevertheless, did join us in voting for the cap to be lifted, and then their Labour government punished them for voting for the poor and vulnerable. Now, this summer, I know that people voted for change, and we Lib Dem MPs are going to keep pushing the government to deliver a fair deal for all. Child poverty is a real stain on our society. Of course, I welcome the task force to tackle child poverty, but we already know the damage the cap does to children across the country. We know we can help 300,000 children just by scrapping it. We should lift it immediately and then keep working on the next steps to eradicate child poverty. Poverty has so many effects, but at its most basic, it can mean children wearing shoes that are too small or worn out, sleeping on the floor because their parents can't afford a bed, or going to school or bed hungry. I've met wonderful people in my constituency running food banks, supplying clothes, furniture, and other support to families struggling with the cost of living. But children shouldn't be left to depend on charity. Government must take responsibility, and the first step is to scrap this cap. The other thing is that having so many families in poverty actually costs all other parts of our economy. So poor physical and mental health costs the NHS, poorer educational attainment reduces workforce skills, and additional public services are needed to cushion the effects. I'd like to thank the Young Liberals for bringing this motion and urge Conference to pass it, and I can assure you that all 72 Lib Dem MPs will keep pressing the government to scrap this cruel cap. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask Rachel Gilmore to stand by, and I now call Timi Jibogu from Greenwich Borough.
Hello, Conference. My name is Timmy. I'm from a family of 5. According to my info, the cap was introduced in 2017, and that means my brother would have been 17 and I was 10. So I'm the youngest in my family, and I'm sure there could be a whole debate on which is harder, being the youngest or the oldest, or being the middle child. But the two-child benefit cap particularly punished children like me. It punishes children who have no say in who they're born to or where they were born. It's a lottery of poverty. Now, I'm not ashamed to say that I grew up in poverty. I grew up on free school meals. I'm still on free school meals. And I'm also not ashamed to say that I was homeless, and I still am. And after moving around, sleeping rough, sleeping in poor temporary accommodation, we were placed across the border from Lewisham in Greenwich, where I am today, which I think is the best borough in London, and that's the best local party. But we were still homeless in 2017. It was just a year when the cap came in. And we had nothing. We started with no furniture, barely any clothes, nothing really to cook with. All our possessions were being held by the council. We had to rebuild. We had to buy things so we could simply live. But then the cap struck. We're a family of 4, and it caps it to 2. That's half of the credits and benefits that we were getting gone. How are you supposed to rebuild yourself with half of the income you're supposed to get? And conference is not just about lifting 300,000 children out of poverty. It's about giving their childhood back. Everyone in my family has worked to contribute money to bills, including me. I got my first job last year before I even got my GCSEs, working full-time in my summer holidays. So how can we allow a man, affectionately I've named Sir Kid Starver, who will even suspend 8 of his own to get away with keeping the worst lottery in the UK, the Children's Poverty Lottery? It disproportionately affects BAME and send people like me who have extra costs for care. And it's just not fair. Fairness is why I joined this party and why I urge you to vote for this motion.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask Sarah Kane to stand by? And I now call Rachel Gilmore MP, our new MP for Tiverton and Minehead.
Conference. I'm proud to address my first conference for the first time as a Member of Parliament, one of the 72. As Liberals, it has been in our political DNA from day one to help children out of poverty. Child poverty in the UK is a crisis, and that touches every corner of the country, including rural areas like Tiverton and Minehead. Nationally, about 4.2 million children, nearly 30%, are living in poverty. It's troubling in such a wealthy nation. So many children are going without the basic necessities of life. The situation is even more concerning when we look at areas like Tiverton and Minehead, where child poverty rates hover between 16 and 25%. This issue is not just urban, but is also deeply felt in rural communities, where isolation and high housing costs intensify the challenges. The causes of child poverty are complex and multifaceted. Across the country, many families are struggling due to low wages, unemployment, and skyrocketing living costs. In Tiverton and Minehead, these problems are made worse by the rural situation, limiting access to accessible homes, well-paid jobs, and essential services like healthcare and childcare. Families here often face the added burden of transport costs and fewer opportunities for work, making it even more difficult to break the cycle of poverty. But this is not an inevitable situation. Solutions are within our reach. They are even in our manifesto, on which we won 72 constituencies. We need stronger government policies. We need to scrap the policy recently introduced by the Labour government, because we do not live in China, we live in the UK. Local communities in places like Tiverton and Minehead also play a crucial role in supporting vulnerable families, whether through local school food banks, after-school programmes or housing support initiatives. Community action can make a real difference, and we must support those people who work in those community action groups. In my constituency, there is a significant low proportion of children achieving GCSE qualifications in maths and English. Truancy rates in coastal communities like mine are also very high. There are wards in my constituency where child poverty rates are as high as 16%. We stood on a platform to enable communities to give them a fair deal. The Tories proved that they didn't care, but we do, and we can transform lives. And how better a way to do it
Please draw your remarks to a close.
than to give hope to our children. As a Liberal for over 40 years, I'm proud to support the motion at conference today. And one final...
Thank you very much. I'll need to call the next speaker. Could I please ask James McCleary to stand by, and I now call Sarah Kane from Huntingdonshire, who's a first-time speaker.
Conference. Not only am I a first-time speaker, but I'm a brand new Liberal Democrat, having joined the party in March. I'm speaking to you today as an entrepreneur, a successful business owner, a caseworker for my MP, and a survivor of abject child poverty. And I wanted to tell you the personal impact that growing up in poverty had on me. I grew up in one of the 1% most deprived areas in the country, in a little mining village in the northeast of England. My life changed at the age of 3 when my dad left my mum and we were made homeless. For 2 years we self-served. We stayed with friends, we stayed with families. And then my mum got a house. So my life was going to change for the better, right? No. My mum worked 3 jobs, working evenings, being a caretaker, working as a cleaner. So I was sent to a family member to be babysat. I learned the hard way that not every adult cares about children. So I learned that home was not a safe space for me. I watched my mum cry on a daily basis because we didn't have enough money. She had to make heartbreaking decisions about whether we ate, whether we kept warm. We did get some support, but what we got just wasn't enough. As a child, I really knew the impact of poverty, and no child should know that. I started big school. I was excited. I had my clothes, which were second-hand, but I still felt really proud. And I go through the school ready to start my learning. And I'm called up to the front to be given a big yellow badge. I wear a big yellow badge with pride today. But on that day, the big yellow badge said, free school meals. So my school made it very easy for the bullies to see who was from a poor family. So school wasn't great either, because I got bullied there quite a lot too. I was then taken into my counselling session where we decided what I'd do as a job. And they asked me, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to go to university. And they said to me, Sarah, you're not going to go to university. Get that idea out of your head. And I said, well, I want to make a better life for myself. And they said, Sarah, you're going to live in a council house. You're going to have 3 or 4 children. That is your life. But I was lucky because my mum wouldn't let that happen. My mum's an incredible, powerful, resilient woman who told me I could be what I wanted to be, but I had to work twice as hard as everybody else because of the barriers I faced. No child should experience poverty. We have the power to change that. I needed a strong Lib Dem voice when I grew up. I needed someone to speak up for children from poor backgrounds. Imagine in 10 to 15 years the impact we can have. For children in poverty, every single penny counts. Conference, we must support this motion. We must stop the horrific two-child benefit cap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Adam Harley to stand by, and I now call James McCleary, our new MP for Lewis.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a real honour to speak to you as one of the local MPs from the area just down the road in Lewis. And thank you, Sarah, for your speech there. I think that really outlined, for me, what this party should be standing for. New people like you coming into the party and sharing your stories. And if Liberals don't stand for people growing up in the circumstances that Sarah just described, then quite frankly, I don't think we stand for anything at all. So thank you very much. Now, I stand in front of you as talking about this subject in particular, not just because I'm a very proud dad with two primary age school children who are in school right now, a few miles up the road at their village primary, so it's a passion of mine from that perspective, but also because on the campaign trail, it was one of the most spoken about subjects that I had on doorsteps. Person after person talking to me about the scandal in this country of people growing up in poverty and the lack of access they had to the things that many of us have been able to take for granted through our lives. And that lack of access has been graphically illustrated to me over and over again by people at hustings coming to me after we've spoken about it and saying to me, look, you know, I want my children to succeed, but they're growing up in poverty, I'm using a food bank, they don't have access to childcare, they don't have access to the education that I want them to have and the opportunities that I want them to have to unleash their potential. Sitting in Parliament across from the Labour Party and watching them refuse to roll back the cruel cap that restricts benefits to just two children has been utterly shameful to see, and I've watched them, many of them, hang their heads in shame as again and again they've been challenged by Liberal Democrats and people from other parties and refused to budge on the subject, knowing that they would lift 300,000 children in this country out of poverty by taking that one step, and it is utterly shameful that this government won't do it. Free school meals. One of the things I'm most proud of as a Liberal Democrat was in coalition. When we were in government, we introduced free school meals and introduced them very widely. I remember Nick Clegg, I think it was in 2013, announcing £1 billion for free school meals across this country. And I'm proud to be part of a party that wants to roll that out further in the future. If children are going to school hungry, they cannot be expected to learn, they cannot be expected to excel, and they cannot be expected to live to their potential. And as somebody who's worked in early years literacy and worked in deprived communities, I've seen the impact of lack of access to literacy, but also lack of access to childcare. And we need a better deal in this country for both parents and childcare providers to make sure that everybody can access high-quality childcare in early years. Because when children don't get access to high-quality childcare, when they don't get access to a nurturing environment that feeds their minds, by the age of 5 years old, their life chances are limited. So I commend this motion to you, Conference. I commend the spirit behind it, and as Liberals, let's go on championing children living in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Willie Rennie to stand by, and I now call Adam Harley from North Edinburgh East and Leith.
Hello, Conference. My wife and I recently welcomed our first child, a little boy who's changed our entire world. And I can only, thank you, I can only imagine the pain of not being able to provide for my son. But for thousands of parents across the UK, they know that pain only too well. In Scotland, 240,000 children are living in poverty right now. Across the UK, it's 4.3 million. The vast majority are living in absolute poverty. Growing up in a council estate just outside Glasgow and volunteering for a children's charity in London, I saw firsthand the impact child poverty has. The stigma, the anxiety, and the invisibility when childhood should be a time of carefree exploration. In Scotland, the SNP has just announced that its priority is to eradicate child poverty, which begs the question, what the hell have they been doing for the last 17 years? Conference politics is about making choices, and the Labour government is choosing to impose cuts that will harm some of the most vulnerable people in our society. The underlying message of the two-child benefit cap is this: If you are someone who relies on benefits, then don't have more than 2 children if you can't support them by yourself. I've heard some people say that parents shouldn't be relying on the state to afford the costs of raising a child. And even if you agree with that, which I don't, it's really irrelevant, because what this cap does, in effect, is punish the child who has no say whatsoever as to whether to be born. This cap plunges thousands more children into poverty, making them less likely to do well at school or gain employment in later life, and more likely to suffer from poor mental and physical health. Children born into poverty are even less likely to survive their first year of life. It is unjust and it is morally bankrupt for the government to continue with this policy which punishes the well-being of those whom we should be protecting. Economic stability is not a valid excuse for this. It's indefensible. We all know that the Conservatives trashed the economy, so here are some other suggestions for sorting out the nation's finances that won't harm children. Sort out a proper windfall tax, tax the social media giants, and reverse the tax cuts for the big banks. Scrap the cap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Gemma Munday to stand by, and I now call Winnie Rennie from North East Fife.
I represent the great town of St Andrews in the Scottish Parliament, and it has some of the finest golf courses in the United Kingdom. But you know, you pay £300 for a round of golf in St Andrews, and it has got some of the most expensive streets in the whole of the country. But less than a mile up the road is the St Andrews Food Bank, and it is jam-packed full of people. It makes me embarrassed and it makes me uncomfortable, just as much as the speeches of Timmy and Sarah made me uncomfortable earlier, because it should make us uncomfortable that around so much wealth that we plunge so many families into so much poverty. There is a fundamental misunderstanding from the Conservatives about how you tackle poverty. They think the tougher you are, the meaner you are, the more effective it will be. But you cannot strong-arm families out of poverty, as if they desire to stay in poverty. So it's a fundamental misunderstanding. We should embarrass the Labour Party every step of the way and bring the voices of people across the country to embarrass them every step of the way to abolish the 2-child cap. And instead, as Liberals, we should stop putting barriers in their way and give them opportunities to succeed themselves. So what about trying to cut the NHS waiting times for mental health and for treatment so families can get back to work? What about making it possible so that it's not risky to take a job when you're on benefits, so they're not going to lose all your benefits on day one for a job that might not be successful? Why take that risk? We are in the middle of a housing emergency. 10,000 children in Scotland are in temporary accommodation. 10,000. But what do? We don't build enough houses and we leave them in that temporary accommodation. And then education. As a Liberal, I believe it's the great leveller. It's the way to lift people out of poverty. Early learning and childcare, the pupil premium, making sure that colleges give people a chance to retrain and give them new skills for new jobs. That's what we should be focusing on, not a crude and cruel 2-child cap. But I have hope. I have hope we can eradicate poverty, but only if we take the right steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Nigel Jones to stand by, and I now call Councillor Gemma Munday from Sutton Borough.
Thank you. Every child deserves to enjoy their childhood and not spend time worried, hungry, or tired. But today, an alarming number of children face these challenges. An average of 10 children in every school were pulled into poverty during the pandemic. And now, families who never thought they'd struggle are caught in a cost of living crisis. No one can see into the future to know what could happen, what might lead you to need government support. But child poverty is not just about bad luck. It stems from rising living costs, unstable work, and insufficient social security. And the public and political conversation around universal credit lacks compassion and understanding. There's an assumption that by capping the support, it will force a parent to make up the difference by working more or taking on more jobs. But in reality, there are many barriers, including childcare, inadequate mental health support, and unfair pay. Growing up, my mum worked as a beauty therapist and my dad in a printer's. My parents worked full-time but still had low incomes, so child support made a difference. We're a family of 6, and I'm so lucky to have 3 siblings. Cheesy to say, but they are genuinely my best friends. If my family were faced with today's policies, only my sister and I would have received support, leaving my little brothers unfairly penalised. In my role working for children's charity Save the Children, I've seen the harsh realities these policies are creating today. Recently, I met Emily, a working mum of 3, who fainted outside one of our food pantries because she hadn't eaten in days, choosing instead to feed her children. This is happening here in the UK, a country with one of the largest economies in the world. We must ask ourselves, are we really seeking to blame Emily and penalise her children? Labour have said they need to make tough decisions on spending. But the really tough decision would be to say, we're going to end child poverty and here's how we're going to do it. This is a political choice. Addressing child poverty isn't just the right thing to do, it's a smart economic decision too. Research shows that child poverty costs the UK over 39 billion every year. The Lib Dem manifesto outlines ways we can fund abolishing the 2-child limit. By doing so, we're taking the simplest and most effective step towards lifting children out of poverty. This should be the bare minimum of what a government does. Let us choose today to address child poverty and provide our children the fair chance in life they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Carl Cashman to stand by, and I now call Nigel Jones from Newcastle under Lyme.
Fellow Liberal Democrats, this motion isn't only about children, it's also about the future of our society and the economy. In a population that's aging, and we keep talking about this as a problem in society, and here we are with a government that is supporting moves that discourage people from having children and from ensuring that they can grow up properly. That's my first point. The second point, though, I want to make is that it affects children's education and life chances. Exactly 12 months ago, Child Poverty Action Group produced a report highlighting the negative consequences on our schools generally. They said the scale of the problem means schools are reeling up against it. And they said the situation has become a lot worse in the last few years. Their report was supported by all sorts of various other groups and institutions around the country. But it's one of lots of reports since about 2013 which have said that children's education is affected enormously by what goes on outside the schools. Child Poverty Action Report says that staff are being diverted from their core education roles in order to give advice to struggling families, to follow up on debt, to help with food, clothing, and even housing matters. And this is putting an enormous strain on the schools that affects the other children in the school as well. But my main thing I want to say is I'm going to quote now from the conclusion of the Child Poverty Action Report about its effect on education. And it says this: addressing child poverty by increasing family income must be a central thread to any government's education strategy. I say if government fails to do this, not only will those children suffer, but we will have failed to provide enough good, well-educated young people for our economy and society in order to counterbalance an ageing population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Simon McGrath to stand by, and I now call Councillor Carl Cashman, leader of our group on Liverpool Council.
Thank you. And can I first of all just say what fantastic contributions we've had so far, particularly from Timmy and Sarah. It really touched me, those contributions. Conference, I'm speaking proudly as a Scouser today and someone who's experienced poverty both in my personal and professional life. I grew up in a council house raised by my nan and granddad, who I love dearly. And those were the types of people that wouldn't tell you when they were struggling. And my nan was the type of person that if you needed a quid and she had it, you'd get it. And my worry, Conference, is that those people who suffer in silent poverty, those nans and granddads, those mums and dads, won't get the support that they need from this Labour government. Labour claims to be the party of the underprivileged. They claim to be the party of the nans with the last quid. But I can tell you confidently, Conference, that they are not. They are not the party that supports the most underprivileged in our society. And that's why I'm proud to be a Liberal. And I'm proud of the Liberal Democrat stance on the two-child benefit cap. And that's because we believe that nobody should be enslaved by poverty. That's at the core of my being, and it's at the core of our mission. Now, let me tell you briefly about how I've experienced poverty in my professional life, and I was inspired to make this comment after a conversation with Vicky Slade, who's now our fantastic MP, one of our 72 fantastic MPs. And me and Vicky were speaking at the conference bar, and we got to the point in the conversation where we strangely both realised that we were mortgage brokers. And Vicky said to me, being a mortgage broker is what gave her sense of social justice. And when you listen to that, it sounds quite strange, but I completely agree. Being a mortgage broker massively enhanced my sense of social justice, because it's heartbreaking when you get a refusal for a mortgage for a single mother that you know would benefit massively from owning their own home. And not only that, it would cut their bills and it would leave a legacy for their children. Now, Conference, no person should live in
Please draw your
poverty,
remarks to a
and
close.
it is proven that 300,000 children will be taken out of poverty overnight if we scrap this two-child policy. So
I'm very sorry, but you're over time. Apologies for this. I did ask Simon McGrath to stand by, but we were just playing with our figures here, and I'm going to squeeze in one more speaker. So apologies I didn't ask you to stand by, but could I please call Sam Cumber from Sutton Borough?
Thank you very much, Nick. Hello, Conference. So when the Conservatives became the sole governing party after the 2015 election, they were given free rein to do what they wanted. So they dreamt up this two-child benefit cap, and it became reality in 2017. And then after that came all sorts of awful policies, but I won't go into that now. But then in July this year, Labour took power from the back of their slogan, change. 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 The slogan might as well have been same, just the same old, because they just don't have the political will to make the change that we need in our country. It's the Liberal Democrats that will. This two-child benefit cap is dreadful policy. For families with 3 or more children, this is a significant strain on finances and basically just penalising those on low incomes. And especially during this cost of living crisis, where budgets are tightened even further. And we're seeing this potential fear of bringing a child into poverty. So couples may not even want to bring a child into this world, fearing that they may not be able to rely on the state if they hit hard times. And there's also big issues such as the housing crisis, where children are growing up in overcrowded, mouldy houses. And I, as a councillor, have to deal with these situations, and I feel powerless because there is not enough housing. We need to build more homes. We need to give children the best start in life, and having a solid home is what is needed. And these sorts of things are going to have huge consequences on the prosperity of our country. So, coming back to Parliament, in the House of Commons, the vote on the amendment to ditch the two-child benefit cap. Labour had an opportunity to say that they're going to bring change to meet their slogan that they ran on during the election. But what happened? Well, it didn't happen. Instead, they decided to suspend 7 of their own MPs. Absolute disgrace. And it's dawned on me that it's not Labour who will give change. It is the Liberal Democrats who will give change. It's the Lib Dems who will give a fair deal for all children, because no child should be in poverty, because that's in the preamble of our Constitution, that no one shall be enslaved by poverty. And I also just want to quickly highlight the work that Lib Dem and Sutton's doing in helping children from disadvantaged low-income families by offering free school meals during the summer holidays. And I'm proud to be a Lib Dem councillor in Sutton for 38 years, helping all families from all backgrounds. So please vote for the motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Councillor Simon McGrath from Merton Borough to summate on the motion.
Conference. What fantastic and moving speeches we've just heard. My friend and fellow Merton councillor, Hina Bakari, talked about the fact that 59% of children in poverty actually are from families where someone is working, which is, of course, not what the Tories want you to think. And she reminded us how much this disproportionately affects families from ethnic minorities. Then there was John, who reminded us from his experience in a deprived area of what the effects are. Charlotte talked about the fantastic work that our 72, and I have to mention that because every speaker has to mention that, MPs in the House of Commons are doing on this. And then there was Timmy, and what a moving speech that was. And I thought he absolutely has phrased it properly, the children's poverty lottery, which is what this government are inflicting on us. And then there was Rachel, who talked about the problems of poverty in rural areas, and Sarah, and again, a very moving speech about how it affected her family and what growing up in poverty was like. And then there was James, and he talked about how on the doorstep in Lewis, this had come up time and time again, the scandal of child poverty. And also reminded us about the work that we did in the coalition to start with free school meals. And then there was Adam, who pointed out that there are many people in Scotland in poverty and the dire record of the SNP on doing anything about this. Then Willie, and he reminded us that there are poor children in all sorts of areas. In my own, in Wimbledon, where I live, where I'm a councillor, and the figures are that we've got 700 children living in poverty. Not as much as many places, but 700 children is still 700 too many. And then we had Gemma, and she was, I thought, really moving on when she talked in her speech. Nigel referred us to the Child Poverty Action Group report, which I really can recommend anybody interested in this area to read. And Carl talked about his grandparents who'd suffered in silence. And our last speaker, Sam, talked about Labour not being the party of change. Conference, there was a really good article in The Guardian back in April about this very topic. And it was headed, "It's immoral to push children into poverty, but that's what the benefit cap does." And it went on to talk about moral pinch points. For many larger families, this article said, "We have come close to creating a poverty guarantee. The costs, the limit has to go," it says. "The costs are real, but smell small compared to the damage." And that article conference was by Torsten Bell. But something rather mysterious happened to Mr. Bell after this article in April. At the end of May, he was parachuted in as a Labour candidate for Swansea West. On the 4th of July, he was elected as Labour MP, and a mere 20 days later, he was trooping through the lobbies with all the other Labour donkeys to keep the cap that he had so eloquently condemned just a couple of months before. Conference, I could give you lots of other quotes. And when we had a motion on this at Merton Council, I had a whole speech full of quotes from Labour MPs condemning the cap. Much did they dislike it. Conference, let's not just make this a motion that we pass. Let's make this a motion that we go back to our constituencies and we campaign on to bring about real change and shame the Labour government into reversing their position. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Conference. Okay, we will come on to a vote on the motion. So could I please see those in favour of the motion to raise your voting cards? Thank you very much. And those against? And thank you very much. We've just allowed the online vote to finish, and I can say that that's been passed unanimously. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my aides, Hannah Kitching and Sam Barrett. Apologies for throwing in the last speaker there, but I was told I had a bit more time to go, so I did a bit of jiggery-pokery on the timings up here on the stage. I'm now handing over to James Girling, who's going to be handling the next item, which I've forgotten what it is. Fair deal for family carers. Apologies for that.
Good morning, Conference. As you resettle yourselves or leave the hall, please do so as quietly as you can for everybody else. We now move on to the debate on F42, a fair deal for family carers. It's always a useful reminder that even chairs of FCC can be fallible in terms of the gender memory. My name is James Girling. I'm your chair for this session. I'm aided by Darryl Smalley and Lucas North in the hall, in case I forget to thank them later on. On your conference daily, you'll see that the FCC has agreed a drafting amendment, and we will go on to have 2 amendments to the motion that you have before you. Can I now move to ask our Daisy Cooper, please, to come forward, our spokesperson for health and care. Daisy is not a first-time speaker. And can I ask Annie McGowan, please, to stand by?
Thank you, James. Good morning, Conference. I am so proud to be a member of a party that is campaigning so hard for the rights of carers. To have a leader who campaigns so hard for unpaid carers and who is a carer themselves. No other political party can claim to have put forward such a comprehensive package of measures to increase support for the vital work that unpaid family carers do. To help our country in ways that most people will not realise, working day in, day out to care for millions of vulnerable people. Everybody in this room and beyond in our party should feel a huge sense of pride that it was we, Liberal Democrats, who became the first ever party to have a dedicated manifesto chapter on care. We put forward a bold plan to fix the social care crisis and at its heart were policies to support unpaid carers. But since we met at our last conference, the treatment of unpaid carers has only deteriorated. The Department for Work and Pension continues to pursue carers and issue large fines for small overpayments in carers' allowance. This is nothing short of a disgrace. It is not carers who are to blame, but the system itself. Our social care system is in crisis, and it's only down to the work of millions of unpaid family carers who keep it from completely collapsing. Unpaid carers save the NHS and local authorities billions of pounds. It is estimated that family members and friends are saving the taxpayer an estimated £160 billion every year. And yet the Department for Work and Pensions seems to spend more time fining them than finding better ways to support them. Without them, our social care system just does not work at all. Not that it is working well. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of people in England have got unmet care needs. In addition, there are people who are stranded in hospital beds, both due to the lack of space in care homes and because of the lack of care workers, preventing people from being discharged so they can recover with support at home. And guess what, conference? It's family carers who are bearing the brunt. Family carers who are left, again, to pick up the pieces of a broken social care system. And we all know how we got here. The Conservatives neglected our social care system and made false promises to fix it. It was Boris Johnson, remember him, who stood on the steps of Downing Street in 2019 and promised to fix social care for good. Well, it will come as no surprise to anyone here that he broke that promise. Conference, the new Labour government has inherited a mess. But in this new Parliament, we Liberal Democrats will be campaigning hard to pressure the new government to adopt our policies on care. This includes supporting the millions of unpaid family carers who keep the social care system from collapsing. That starts by ending the eye-watering fines on unpaid carers who have been slightly overpaid carers' allowance, reforming the benefit rules to make sure that this never happens again. We want the government to apologise on behalf of the state to all those carers who were prosecuted through no fault of their own. Conference, we must make it clear that we Liberal Democrats side with the millions of unpaid carers, always. That's why this motion is so important. It commits us to ending the cliff edge, causing carers earning only a few pennies over the earning limits to lose the entirety of their carers' allowance. It is time this is replaced with a taper and the amount unpaid carers can earn before they lose their allowance increased. But we must go further still. Too many carers are currently excluded from receiving carers' allowance due to the harsh eligibility criteria, and the amount that they are paid is too low. This must change too. Carers' allowance must be raised by £20 a week, and the number of hours of care required to be eligible should be lowered. And that is just the start. We want to build on the entitlement to unpaid carers' leave secured by our very own, the fantastic Wendy Chamberlain MP in the last Parliament, and make sure, we give a clap in a minute, making sure that introducing paid leave and introducing a statutory guarantee for regular respite breaks. Conference, and when we're campaigning for wider reforms to social care, we will be putting unpaid carers at the heart of every policy, including our calls for cross-party talks. Conference, as Liberal Democrats, we believe the situation simply cannot be allowed to continue. We cannot fix the crisis in our NHS when our social care system is so broken. They are two sides of one coin. And we cannot fix social care without providing proper support to millions of unpaid carers across the country. Carers who are too often ignored by government and left to fend for themselves and their loved ones. Millions of unpaid carers in this country are looking for someone to stand up for them and to speak up for them. So let us, the Liberal Democrats, show the public that we are the party of care. We are the party of carers, and let us show them that they can look to us to fight for them. It is up to us to make sure the new Labour government does not treat unpaid carers as an afterthought, as the Conservatives did. Conference, I urge you to support this motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Can I ask Michael Berwick-Gooding, please, to stand by? And I now call Andy McGowan to move amendment number 1.
Conference. As someone who first became a carer for my parents when I was 6 years old, it's hard to put into words what it meant seeing adult carers, parent carers, young carers, all front and centre of our election campaign. So this amendment seeks to reinforce the message that when we say the Liberal Democrats will stand up for carers, we mean all carers, whatever their age, whoever they care for. But Conference, if we are serious about getting a fair deal for unpaid carers, if we are serious about tackling the scandal where more than 1 million carers are forced into poverty, where carers are being pushed to the brink both physically and mentally, with local carer services struggling to meet the demand, that can't be tackled by one government department. That can't be tackled by one government minister. And it certainly cannot wait for the National Care Service. It cannot wait for the long-term reform. Carers need support, and they need it now. This is why it is so urgent that we have a cross-government carer strategy, backed up with funding, to say this is what the government is going to do right now to support and recognise all unpaid carers. And when it comes to young carers, of which there's believed to be almost 1 million across the country, the fact that we have 15,000 children caring for over 50 hours every single week, the fact that young carers are more likely to miss out on their education, they're more likely to have issues with their mental health, less likely to go to university, to go on to work, to have those same opportunities as those peers. That is something which is a scandal and something which has to change now. Young carers deserve a fair future. And the Young Carers Covenant sets out that fair future that young carers themselves from across the country have said, this is what matters most to us. These are the outcomes we want to see for us. These are the outcomes we want to see for young carers and young adult carers for years to come into the future. Because young carers now, if we don't support them, Conference, they will be the ones who are the cared for, needing support of tomorrow. So this amendment is asking us to say, we as Liberal Democrats support the Young Carers Covenant. We will champion young carers, parent carers, adult carers, both in Parliament, but also in our local communities conference. And it asks us to show that when we say that we will stand up for carers, when we will say, carers, whilst you fight for those you care for, we will be here fighting for you. So I ask you, Conference, to please vote for this amendment and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Ollie Glover, please, to stand by? And I now ask Michael Berwick-Gooding, please, to move his amendment.
Good morning, Conference. Hopefully, this is not going to be contentious. In March 2021, we passed the motion Standing Up for Unpaid Carers, where we called for the amount carers can earn before losing their carers allowance to be increased from £128 to £160 a week. Therefore, the proposers of this amendment were surprised that there was no new figure in this motion in Clause 3 in lines 48 to 51. Initially, we were going to set a new amount that carers could earn before losing their carers allowance based on the previous agreed £160 a week. When we increased this by the inflation of the years that have passed since then, we arrived at a figure of £192 a week. However, we went and asked for drafting advice. And when we were given drafting advice, we were advised that it might be better if instead of setting a figure, we actually linked it to the national living wage. And that means that in future years, if it's linked to the national living wage, we won't have to come back and revisit it time and again to increase it. The Carers UK are part of the Carer Poverty Coalition, a group of 130 national and local organisations camping to end poverty among unpaid carers. In March, they published a manifesto that included a call for the earnings limit for those on carers allowance to be 21 hours a week, pegged to the national living wage, which this would currently make the amount that people would receive, would be able to earn before before it's reduced to £240.24. And as this is supported by the Carer Poverty Coalition, this is why we picked the figure. If it was, the Carers UK also brought out some other interesting facts. They said that in April, the threshold for claiming carers allowance increased by 8.6%. However, the national living wage, they say again, rose by a higher rate, this time 9.8%. And they then looked back over the last 5 years and said that at the national living wage, the number of hours that carers can work has been reduced. That if we go back to 2019, it was 15 hours. Now it is only 13 hours and 12 minutes. This represents a loss of nearly 2 hours a week, totaling 13 days over a year, a substantial loss for those whose care and responsibility already make them vulnerable to poverty. If it is pegged to the national living wage, it will automatically increase each year when the national living wage increases. Also, at this level, carers will always be able to work 21 hours before our new taper would apply. Please support this amendment so we can set a level for the carers allowance pegged to the national living wage, which will increase in line with the national living wage and not not do as the original motion did, which was to replace the defined figure we agreed in March 2021 with a figure that we didn't actually specify in any terms whatsoever, but just said it wanted to be significantly higher. Support both amendments and the motion.
Michael, thank you very much. Can I ask Mel Alcott from Worcester, please, to stand by? And I now call Ollie Glover, MP.
Thank you, Conference. Yes, I'm very pleased to be able to say this is my first time speaking here as a Member of Parliament. So thanks to everyone who helped make that happen. Conference, it's fantastic to see this extremely important motion being tabled, focusing on some of the most neglected members of our society. There are carers of all ages and demographics, and I now want to tell some of their stories. For the past 9 years, I've been a volunteer for the Motor Neurone Disease Association, and I've seen the toll that terrible disease takes on families and their carers. Many of the people who get motor neurone disease are elderly, and they see their lives change from having a relaxing retirement after many years of work to one person having motor neurone disease and their spouse becoming a carer, which is often very challenging for people who've led very self-sufficient lives and lose their mobility and independence. But sometimes motor neurone disease can affect much younger people, and one person I supported was a single parent with a 4-year-old child. And there we see the impact that caring responsibilities can have on children and young carers. And even where really good care arrangements are in place, the physical and emotional toll of being an unpaid carer doesn't stop, and they need proper financial support and respite support, and I'm very pleased to see these in the motion. In Oxfordshire, we have 12,000 young carers, and the Be Free Young Carers charity supports around 650 of them, clearly a very small percentage. Their services are hugely oversubscribed. It's been estimated that families that have a young carer in compared to those that don't enable that household to earn £5,000 more than people who don't have a young carer. And yet, at the same time as adding that huge economic benefit, young carers are 1.5 times more likely to have a long-term illness or special educational needs than people who aren't young carers. All of that shows the importance of this motion. We need to better support carers, particularly young carers, and that's why I ask you to support the motion, and particularly Amendment 1. Thank you.
Ollie, thank you very much for that. Can I ask Jackie Bell, please, from East Lothian, to stand by, and I now call Mel Alcott from Worcester.
Hello, conference. This is my second time speaking, and my first time was this morning, so please bear with me. First and foremost, I would like to say a huge thank you to our leader, to Sir Ed Davey, for having the courage and dignity to allow us into his personal life and to bring to life the reality and the plight of our many carers. As an only child until a few years ago, I had been fortunate enough to have two lovely, kind and fairly self-sufficient parents. Going back to before the pandemic, Mum's short-term memory was not the best, but it was not a problem with everyday life. The pandemic happened, lockdown happened, and I'm sure like many people, Mum became anxious and rarely went out. I think she left the house twice. The pandemic over, Mum had turned from a sort of a really strong, busy, energetic retiree to someone with memory and balance problems, and I know we're not on our own. Events accelerated, and before we knew where we were, Dad was a full-time carer. And I think, like many, many people, having seen and spent time with Dad and knowing that there are now 10.6 million people across the UK who give unpaid support to someone who is elderly, seriously ill or disabled, and that the carers allowance, the main benefit for carers, remains the lowest of its kind at just £81.90 per week. And that 1.4 million full-time unpaid carers rely on this benefit. We really must have a fairer deal for family carers. Let's raise the amount carers can earn before losing their allowance, and that stop them being stop the government pursuing unpaid carers for difficult and unavoidable overpayments. Let's introduce paid carers leave and guarantee regular respite breaks. A minimum rate of pay, paid leave, and a guarantee of leave at break are part and parcel of any employment contract. Let's make a reasonable allowance, paid breaks, and a guarantee of breaks part and parcel of every carer's daily life. Fixing care will not only help carers, as we know, it will help fix the NHS, which we all know all too well needs fixing. Conference, please do support this motion.
Mel, thank you very much. Can I ask Andy Fulsham from Oxford West and Abingdon to stand by, and I now call Jackie Bell from East Lothian.
Conference. 25 years ago, my first conference speech was on carer support. Later, I successfully moved an amendment on a legal right to respite. Years later, and we're still calling for a fair deal for family carers. Last year, East Lothian Council adopted a carer strategy based on consultation with service users, carers, service providers, and the wider community. A key demand was access to respite. Respite can be anything from a few hours, time off, to care-at-home packages, to residential breaks to give the carer a holiday. A statutory right to respite will be welcomed, but there can be constraints. Assessment for respite can be a postcode lottery with long waiting lists in some areas. Scotland has legislation that gives carers a right to an assessment of need, but not all carers are aware of it. A friend recently had a stroke and was in the Western General. There was a push for discharge. She had no social work rota assessment before coming home. Her daughter, who lives in another town, doesn't drive and has 9 children. She wasn't offered a carer assessment for herself or young carer assessments for her older children. Thus, my friend came home with no equipment and no help at home, save for her family and friends. Even with assessment, services can be in short supply. East Lothians cut building-based services for adults with disabilities. I know some with very profound needs who are at home all day because there's no service for them. Due to SNP funding cuts, East Lothian has now closed all but one of its council care homes for older people. There are no respite council beds. The private sector preferred to keep the beds full of permanent self-funding residents. Funding for service providers can also be difficult. I'm trustee of a day centre that offers building-based care and at-home outreach for older people. Last year, we were locked into a 5-year contract with East Lothian. So we were stunned when the same council suddenly proposed this year to raise the rent of the property we leased for over 40 years by 10,500%. We pay all the daily running and repair and maintenance costs. We've paid for the decorating, a new boiler, a new kitchen. We're now in negotiation to say we cannot afford the increase. But there are some good news stories. In 2010, the MS Society wanted to close its residential respite unit at Lukey House near North Berwick, even though its services were direly needed. They said the respite could be elsewhere, but that wasn't possible. However, as Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, I helped negotiate with various bodies, and Lukey House is still running. Conference, family carers are a vital part of the care patchwork. I don't want to be here in another 25 years calling for better services. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Can I ask Victoria Collins, please, to stand by? And I now call Andy Forsham from Oxford West and Abingdon. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to be here to address conference as a first-time attendee and as a carer. My wife and I didn't realise that we were carers until quite a few years after our youngest child was diagnosed with autism, a hidden disability, at age 4. That was despite a series of hospital appointments and many increasingly fraught meetings with school. We were fortunate ones. And as an aside, that same child is now 20, studying at university, and is here in the auditorium today, advocating for all that they believe in and hold dear. But that's their story for them to tell. Talking to our local carer support charity, Carers Oxfordshire, it is clear that the biggest challenge is getting carers to recognise that that is what they are. So many of us think it's just what we do, and we can't think of doing anything else. Getting carers to self-identify and reach out for the help that they need is so often the hardest step. That is why I'm so grateful for Ed being so open and honest about his experience as a carer. On the doorsteps in the election, it was clear that this resonated with so many people, and it clearly cut through. There was no chance it could be seen as empty rhetoric or spin. It was just so personal and raw. The flip side of this is that this is a trust that we cannot break. We've got to redouble our efforts to get family carers the recognition and support that they deserve. This motion is a vital first step. Conference, we know that this is the right thing to do for carers and their families, but it goes much further than that. Support our carers properly with a decent carers allowance and properly paid carers leave, and the whole of society benefits. We know that carers are compassionate. That's a given. But if you know a carer, you know how resourceful, persistent, and determined they are. That is why I'm delighted to support this motion.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Sharon Verk, please, to stand by? And I have great pleasure now in asking Victoria Collins to speak to us about the motion. Victoria Collins.
Earlier this year, I spoke to one family whose mother was suffering with severe depression. Her mental health had started to plummet once she became a carer for her husband. When he had fallen and been rushed to hospital, he wasn't able to leave without full-time care. And the only option the family had was for his wife to give up work and be there when he came home. The toll of this care as she became older and had given up her career grew heavier day by day. The heartbreaking and heartwarming stories of families caring for their loved ones is something I hear again and again across Harpenden and Berkhamsted. Facing the cost and complication of getting the support they need, it is left to families, and I think so many in this room, and thank you for sharing those stories, and unpaid carers who lovingly pick up the pieces. Not only are they supporting their loved ones, but they're propping up our NHS. In fact, according to research from Carers UK and the University of Sheffield, last year, the value of unpaid carers is equivalent to a second NHS in England and Wales, with unpaid carers contributing a staggering £162 billion per year, and that is a shocking £445 million per day. In the West Hertfordshire Teaching Hospital Trust, in 1 month alone, we lost 843 days of bed days because of the backlog in social care. This has an impact on A&E waiting times, on ambulance waiting times, on waiting lists, but crucially, the people waiting in hospital and their families. People want to be back at home. They don't want to be stuck in hospital because of our failing system. And this brings me back to the families. The families who take up that role, which is why I want to emphasise the lines that talk about putting unpaid carers at the heart of every announcement, including on cross-party talks on social care. I'm really passionate about pushing for those cross-party talks in Parliament. It's some of the first questions I've asked our new Secretary of State on health and social care, and I will not stop. And I want to ensure that all carers of all ages are given the care that they need. We must support those who support our loved ones and who are supporting our NHS and who support every one of us in ways we may never know. I wholeheartedly support the motion and ask that you do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Alex Brewer to stand by? And I'm very pleased to call Sharon Burke, who wants to speak on aspects of Amendment 1. As you come to the stage, can I also thank the summators for both amendments for agreeing, as there has been no debate on that, we won't be calling summations on a debate that hasn't taken place. And that has allowed us to call additional speakers as part of this session. So thank you very much.
So hi conference, my name's Sharon Burke and I'm a carer as well as a first generation student. So I've been a carer for over 10 years now and I still am a carer. And it's not something that I really knew at the time, something that other people have also expressed. It's just something that we do and I have felt that, and I wouldn't change the fact that I was a carer because I think it is probably one of the reasons that I'm standing here today and it's taught me so much. But in concerns to the amendment, where it says the Department of Education shows that 39% of young carers are persistently absent, I was one of them. So I would miss school and then later at university missed freshers, missed majority of the first year, and then would go on a series of appeals to try and convince my faculty to let me continue education despite the times I'd missed and the deadlines that I hadn't made. And that ended up being quite frustrating, quite traumatic in terms of having to explain again and again as to why I couldn't complete the studies like my peers. But I think that's something that young carers and carers in general face, is nobody really sees what goes on behind closed doors and what you deal with on a daily basis. Caring starts as soon as you wake up in the morning till the point of when you go to sleep. And then even then, I used to sometimes wake up at university thinking that I heard my granddad waking up and I would want to rush to his room and then realise I'm not actually at home. But I think we need to do more in helping carers know what is out there, because like I said, I only knew I was a carer thanks to Macmillan nurses once he was diagnosed with cancer, and even then, due to being in full-time education, I wasn't able to access any of the Carers Allowance Fund and couldn't really access any of the other services. So I think pushing for carers' rights is so important, because as our population ages and grows, we are going to have more young carers, and at the moment with our current system, we rely so much on young carers, and I don't think they do get the recognition that they deserve, and I want to ensure that the next generation of children who end up being young carers don't have to struggle perhaps the way that I did, and that they can learn to manage their time, their social lives, and still have access to employment and education and graduate, as I did after 7 years this year, finally, despite starting my degree in 2016. And it's been... Thank you. Yeah, it's been really difficult, but my granddad passed in 2021, and it was kind of an ode to him to finally manage to complete something that we dreamed about together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sharon. I now ask Alex Brewer, please, to summate on the debate that we have had. Alex.
Good afternoon, Conference. It is my absolute pleasure to be here today as the newly elected MP for North East Hampshire. Thank you. For the last 5 years, I have been working with a charity that supports children and young adults with Down syndrome and their families, every single one of whom is a family of carers and young carers. Every single one of them has given up something to do that care. It might be work, it might be social opportunities. It is so much harder to get childcare when your child has additional needs. Every single one of those families has gone into battle for the people they love. And I've consistently had huge admiration for them. I have learnt a tremendous amount. We need to support those people, not add barriers. This has been an eye-opening discussion, and Daisy opened with passion and dedication, as always. We heard from Andy, who talked about his own young carer experience and highlighted their particular challenges. We heard from Michael, who talked about the financial challenges faced by families who are at risk of poverty and still caring. Ollie Glover, newly elected MP, talked about his volunteer work with people who have motor neuron disease and their experience sometimes also as young carers. Mel talked very movingly about the care that her mum needed. Jackie, of her 25 years of campaigning on this cause, which is tremendous. Andy, about his own experience of raising a child with additional needs and recognising his own role as a carer, and that is something I can say, having worked with so many families, many of them who don't realise they are in fact family carers. Victoria Collins MP talked about the value our carers make to the NHS and to our families. Sharon, her own experience as a young carer, and may I say congratulations, Sharon, on your graduation. Care is given with love. That has been very, very clear from today's discussion. But it is still hard. Those two things can go together. They do go together. So we must support those people who are going through those hard times with and for the people they love. It is that makes me proud to be a Liberal Democrat, proud to be an MP, able to push for this change in Parliament, and proud to support those family carers who absolutely deserve a fair deal. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Conference. That debate proves how right we were to put this subject full and centre of our manifesto and our campaign offering. So thank you all for taking part. Apologies to those people who haven't been able to be called during this debate. We'll now move to a series of 3 votes. So can I see all those in favour of Amendment 1, please? And if you hand your cards good and high. Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 1? I don't see any movement in the hall. And the online vote agrees with you. So that is clearly passed. If we can have all those in favour of Amendment 2, please show. Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 2? That is clearly also carried. So now can I see the vote on the motion as you have just amended it? Please, those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. And those against? Once again, I see no votes in the hall. I see none online. That is clearly carried. Thank you very much, conference. Can I thank my aides once again? I'm going to hand over to Fraser Graham and Belinda Brooks-Gordon, who will be chairing the next session in a matter of moments, where we will hear from the leader, Alex Cole-Hamilton, in Scotland. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Conference, and welcome to F43, our penultimate speech of the Conference. I sit on FCC as the representative from the Scottish Liberal Democrats, and in that role, I am repeatedly reminded by our convener of the Scottish Party, Jenny Lang, that I have a near constitutional duty to argue from a speech from our next speaker at every possibility. Thankfully, having attended many of his speeches at both Scottish and federal conferences, it's a very easy request to make. So I would encourage you all to put your hands together and welcome my MSP and the leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Fraser. Thank you, Conference. Good afternoon. Conference, there was a time when I would set my alarm for 5 a.m. It was the winter of 2014, and the strain of coalition had seen off so many of our activists that each morning I would need to get 3 bundles of leaflets out before I packed my kids off to school. The cold of it, the grind of it, the frosted gates and the restless dogs. To go out each morning in the weeks it took us to deliver the constituency, and all the while have that sinking feeling that we were going to lose. Delivering those leaflets in the cold, in the dark, brought to mind the words of Rudyard Kipling, penned over a century ago: to watch the things you gave your life to broken, and to stoop them and build them up with worn-out tools. Conference, the night of the 7th of May, 2015, was the worst in our party's history. We lost most of our MPs and the staff who supported them. But as bad as that night was, it was eclipsed just a few weeks later by the loss of Charles Kennedy. Charles was my mentor, and he was my friend. He always listened to the evidence. He made arguments based on reason and paid heed to those with whom he disagreed, always responding with respect. His passing left a hole in the firmament of British politics and a yawning gulf in our party. So fast forward to that glorious July morning this summer, and I'm sitting on the BBC sofa as Scottish leader on the finest night in our party's history, and then I get a text. The last seat of the election will declare for us. Conference, it felt like poetry that the final act of this general election should see Charles Kennedy's seat returned to the Liberal Democrat Party. It means that Liberal Democrats now once again represent both ends of the iconic, spectacular West Highland Way, from Fort William to Mulgai, from Angus MacDonald MP to Susan Murray MP. We are taking down the acid yellow wall of the SNP. They now join Alistair Carmichael and Christine Jardine, both rewarded with more than 50% of the vote in each of their seats. And there were 5-figure majorities for the mighty Jamie Stone in the far north and Wendy Chamberlain in Fife. I should say the award-winning Wendy Chamberlain, because Wendy was recognised as the recent Holyrood Scottish Political Awards as the best Scot at Westminster. And what a wonderful 4 days we've just had, basking in the warmth of the Brighton sunshine and in the afterglow of that general election. 72 Lib Dem MPs, amazing. That's the best result for Liberals in more than 100 years. And what about our Ed Davey? Falling off a paddleboard, learning circus skills with my daughter Darcy and I, the water slides and the teacup rides. It's a hard job, but someone's got to do it. In Scotland, we call this style of campaigning the Willie Rennie method. When he was our Scottish leader, stunts and cheerful seriousness were Willie's trademark. But you know what they say about never working with animals? Once, at a community farm, unbeknown to Willie, during a TV interview, over his shoulder could be seen a pair of rather amorous pigs. They were very visibly embracing, rather furiously. That photo op had international cut-through. Conference, Willie Rennie learned to walk so that Ed Davey could fly. And fly... and fly he did. Ed, you have taken our party to new heights, getting us the cut-through that we needed to be heard. And by showing us your values and your life as a carer for your family, you rightly earned a place in the hearts of a watching nation. Thank you, Ed. Conference, our success was not confined to England. I promised you last year that there would be more Liberals than nationalists in this new Parliament. I said that together we would defeat the SNP and become the third largest party, that Liberal voices would once again be heard at the very front of the House of Commons. Well, Conference, we did that and then some. We have tripled our number of Scottish MPs. We beat the Conservatives into 4th place. And when viewed from space, we now represent more territorial landmass than even the Scottish Labour Party. It's enough to make you pine for the feudal system. My speechwriting team didn't think you'd get that joke, but land reform jokes, niche. Conference, I was so proud to set out our Liberal vision for Scotland in this campaign, to fix our health service with fast access to GPs and dentists and world-class mental health services, to lift up Scottish education and to fight for our carers, to get our economy growing, to put a stop to Scotland's government-owned water company dumping sewage in our rivers. Conference, it's the reason that so many people switched their vote to us. And to those of you who did so, perhaps for the first time, or perhaps you've come back to us, I say this: we will not let you down. We will repay your trust in full. Conference, 10 years ago tomorrow, the Scottish people voted to stay in our family of nations. But for the past decade, the Scottish National Party has picked at the scab of their defeat. Since that vote, our democracy has been stifled. There has been a muscle memory to our politics, where each election has simply boiled down to people casting their vote as a means of forcing a second referendum or preventing one. It has been the sum total of public debate. But that dynamic has finally fallen away. It was so liberating to be fighting this general election and laying out who we are. For the first time in so long, issues that mattered to people held sway in the campaign, with the Constitution barely a footnote, and I was glad of it. For once, we could lay out a vision, a Liberal vision for Scotland that did not have to be wrapped in a flag. Conference, at the next Scottish Parliament election, there will be 16-year-olds casting their ballots for the first time who have only ever known SNP rule, only ever known the grievance and the division and the political self-interest. Yet all the while, our schools have slipped down the international rankings, climate targets repeatedly missed, and the waits for mental health treatment have felt like a lifetime. No wonder the Scottish people feel like everything is broken. In power for too long, breaking rules, taking people for granted. Does that sound familiar? What was true for the Conservative government at this last election is equally true for the SNP government in Scotland for the next. And Conference, they deserve the same fate. It is time we were rid of them. Conference, Scottish ministerial disinterest has harmed every single part of Scotland, but that is particularly true for our rural communities. Well, we, as Liberals, will fight to get those areas the fair deal that they deserve. They are the engines of the Scottish economy for food, farming, forestry, and so much more. So why are they always stuck at the back of the queue? 30 years to make the deadly A9 safer between Perth and Inverness. Broadband speeds that belong in the 1990s, and mothers in labour travelling 100 miles to hospital. And the worst fuel poverty anywhere in the United Kingdom. That's not a fair deal. Not when you live in a part of the country that is the powerhouse for a renewables revolution that will move us to net zero and guarantee energy security. To be shivering in the shadow of wind turbines, unable to heat your own home, that's not a fair deal. It's why the community benefit rules need to be modernised. It's why only right that local people feel the full benefit of that revolution too. I'm not talking about planters for the high street or a minor refurbishment to the village hall, because it's time to reimagine community benefit. I'm talking about local energy bill discount schemes, affordable housing, new GP surgeries, training to upskill local workers, and the promise of good jobs. Of course, we need the right developments in the right places, but I say the bounty of the renewables revolution must flow through the fabric of those communities. There is an opportunity to build such a rich legacy, but the SNP are already showing that they can't be trusted with that. Just 3 years ago, the Scottish government auctioned our prime seabed to energy companies who will now build offshore wind farms upon it. Alex Salmond, Nicola Sturgeon, and John Swinney all made names for themselves by fighting Margaret Thatcher. Chief among their criticisms of her was her spending the oil and gas revenues, of failing to create a sovereign wealth fund for the oil beneath the Scottish seabed. Indeed, the very foundations of the modern SNP are built upon the idea that this revenue should have been invested and earmarked for Scotland for the long term, just like Norway did. It's Scotland's oil, they said very famously. Only now they've gone and done exactly the same thing. They sold the seabed in one go, and the money will soon all be gone. Well, conference, it is Scotland's wind, and the SNP have blown it. Conference, our Scottish Parliament should be a place where priorities of the people always come first. It is turning 25 years old this year. And just remember what Liberals have delivered for Scotland in that time. Free personal care, eye tests, dental checks, bus passes and the smoking ban. That was all us. Freedom of information and fair votes for local government. That was us too. And I want to tell you about what I believe needs to happen next. My father-in-law slipped away from us 6 years ago on a day not unlike this one. He succumbed to a kind of liver cancer that was mercifully painless and took him very swiftly after diagnosis. We'd managed to get him home from hospital, and when it was clear that the end was coming, Jill and her siblings moved back into the house to support their parents through the final week of his life. I would go out there whenever I could. It wasn't a chore, it was lovely. They created a bubble around him of light and love and laughter. We took turns to sit and spend precious time with him. There was such unexpected joy in those days. And then one morning, he was gone. It was a very gentle passing. And conference, if I could choose a manner of my own death, it would certainly be that. But we don't get to choose. All too many people in this country are denied a good death and depart this world in pain and in distress. Endings matter in stories and in life. And I want to know, if I'm dying in agony beyond the reach of palliative care, or I know that moment is coming, then I'll have the right to say, this far and no further, and to leave this world in dignity. Conference, we have human rights designed to protect and safeguard every aspect of our life, save one, and that is our departure from it. That is why I, personally, support the assisted dying for terminally ill adults bill currently before the Scottish Parliament. I am so proud that there is a Liberal Democrat at the helm of this legislation. Our MSP, Liam MacArthur, was trusted by campaigners to get this right and achieve this change. Now, let me tell you, it will be a free vote. No Liberal Democrat will be asked to vote against their conscience. And I know that not everyone in this hall will be persuaded. I understand that. But our plurality as a movement sets us apart from all other parties. And we come together at conferences like these to discuss big and sometimes divisive issues, but always in a friendly, respectful, and constructive way. Friends, we may have one election in the rear-view mirror, but in Scotland, we are fast accelerating towards another. It might even happen this coming spring. The upcoming Holyrood elections may be the most consequential in the history of devolution, because in Scotland, things are changing. And we can close the book on this divisive period in our politics. We've won more Liberal Democrat MPs. We must now focus on winning more Liberal Democrat MSPs and lifting our vote in every corner of the country. We can achieve that, but conference, we will need your help. We have fought tooth and nail to keep that Liberal flame alive north of the border. Friends, we finally have the opportunity to fan those flames into a roaring furnace. Carloads, trainloads of us travelled south to the by-election victories that set us on our way to all that we achieved this summer. Well, conference, it will soon be time for you to travel north. So come help us. Help us to deliver the selfless Lib Dem representation that everyone in Scotland needs. Because that is what we're all about. It's about helping your neighbours. It's about showing up with a sturdy pair of trainers and a cake tin ready to knock doors. It's about standing shoulder to shoulder and fighting for the values and the liberal future that we, all of us, believe in. Conference, I look around this room, this hall, and I see such evidence of the resilience of this party, of members and activists who together have been through the fire of electoral annihilation and completed the hard yards of renewal, who have emerged blinking into the light of a new politics. I am so proud to know you, to have walked that path with you. Conference, with worn-out tools, we have stooped to build up the broken thing that we gave our lives to, but that work is not complete. The next stop on that journey of liberal revival is Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. We're now going to take a break in the hall. The lunchtime fringe sessions are starting, and you can find details of these in pages 94 to 96 of the conference directory or on the conference app. I'd like to thank my aide, Belinda Brooks-Gordon, and can I now encourage you to make your way swiftly from the auditorium so we can set up for the party awards and a speech from some guy named Ed. Thank you.